Alright folks, welcome back. It's day 40. We are at the day 3 of the new set, which is the shortest of the days. Hop right in. We introduced our new set yesterday. This set was very familiar, incredibly familiar. Didn't take too long. Adjust it. Let's hop right in and gain our classical emotional support, right? Post this guy. Ooh, something interesting. Not that, I'll hold my breath for this. However, the developer of this game, Ryan, decided to post a very interesting question in the Discord and asked what are ideas if there were to be a DLC expansion to this game. Cautiously optimistic, of course. All your usual suspects, all the ideas got thrown around by the very, very enthusiastic Discord group, right? So we'll see. We'll see. Alright. We're starting here. So we have 2 sets today. Relatively agreeable. I think I'm gonna turn this opacity down. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do this. Alright. Okay. Shaky hands, shaky hands. That's not it. Yasai, ninji, ninjin, yasai. Enko teki. Bye suru. Daikon. Yes, I. Iru? Hmm. 食べる。食べる。卵。割る。茹でる。丸い。お菓子。お菓子。私は、early. こんにちは。Valentine. How you say early? That is clearly Dao. Dao. But I don't actually know how to say early yet. That's the kanji for early. I'm guessing. Because it's the Chinese Hanzi for early. Or do I know how to say early? Oh, no, 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 I don't. Oh, that is hayai. Really? Is it a different hayai? So there are two hayais? Huh. Interesting. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. There are. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. Neat. I didn't realize you could use that one. I thought about it. I was like, I do know early, but not that one. But it turns out it's just another form. Huh. Interesting. If you're curious, which Hayai I'm talking about. I thought it could have been Hayai, but this is the Hayai I'm talking about. Hayai. As opposed to this one. Although, now that you have told me you can use this one, that's far easier. That overlaps with Chinese, so that's actually kind of useful. Yeah, this is Hayai as well. And I think in print, at least so far in print, both Duo and Shashingo decided to use this character. So neat. I'll remember that. I can just straight up use the same character. Wow. I wonder what the history is behind these. I see there are 4 Hayais, but one of them is rare, and the other 3 let's see. The second one, wow. Some of them are really weird. Like I wouldn't know how to interpret that one. I like this one though. The one you used is very I like the one you used. Now, here's a weird thing. So Oh, I see. The one you're using, it's specifically used to be early or soon. And then the one that I wrote down is specifically for fast, quick, and rapid, swift. So they're both listed under the same entry. However, those different forms have an emphasis. You know? 日本は私、早く oh no. That's another character that I recognize from Chinese, but not Japanese. Oh. Oh, no. I do recognize that. That might be the get up. That might be Okiru. Probably Okiru. So, Okiru... 私の車は早いです. Yeah, there you go. So, it says here, at least in this entry, that Hayai, the other character is especially used. It's specifically used for that. And then the Hayai for early or soon applies specifically to the character that you used. Interesting. Premature, too soon. And then there's a special preference for easy, simple, quick, and fast. That's funny. So in the long run, there's looking at these English entries, for the most part you use Hayai, and very specifically in a very specific use case like cars and stuff, you use the other character. That's interesting. The more you know. I actually finding out that Zao is for early, so that checks out. By the way, like if you're ever interested in learning Chinese, you already know one Chinese phrase right here, Dao. It stands alone. You don't need like it's kind of funny when it comes to adjectives. You basically most of the time you drop the hirakana part and then you got the adjective. So this is dal, which means early. The more you learn. I can't wait to see it show up. I almost absolutely guarantee that is going to show up in Duolingo, because it overlaps. It overlaps in meaning, it overlaps in sound, but it's a different character. So interesting, isn't it? Oh my gosh, did you just Japanese English? So interesting, isn't it? I love this type of stuff. It's so interesting, isn't it? Omoshiroi desu ne. As opposed to isn't it interesting? That's great. That's great. The subtle undertones of Japanese English. The subtle. I don't know if you ever found yourself doing that more often than not. After like 3 or 4 months, I started saying that phrase. Like, oh, that's kind of weird, isn't it? I'm like, ah. Usually it's the other way around. You use the affirmative and then you make it into a question. That's how, like, that was my original pattern of speech. So I would say, isn't it interesting? As opposed to, it's interesting, isn't it? The desne, learning the desne and the ne quality made the English different. It's kind of funny. You can see that in other people. Maybe I can pick up something else in the future when it comes to like Chinese. Oh, you can definitely pick up Chinese grammar in Chinese people who speak English. Like, you can definitely pick that up. I mean, I have my parents as prototypes, but you know. Good old learning more than one language. That stuff is so much fun. I almost feel like I almost feel like I should just quit writing and just observe people. Alright, we're back. We're gonna get back. Okashi. Okashi. So good. You don't get this experience if you don't learn another language. Honestly. I think if I had to give an example of what makes learning another language fun and interactive, this would be kind of one of the big ones. Oh yeah, you use that a lot. Bunpo. Bunpo no ne wa anoshii ne. Yeah. After you use the bunpo a couple times already, now I recognize it. Is when with all in all read, so po bunpo a boom po. No wait, is it bo or po? Bunpo. I think yo, right? I actually don't know if it's po or po. Oh, it's just po. Oh no, it's po. Okay. Boom po. Good old grammar. Oh, interesting. And then you can add techie to the end to say grammatical. Intriguing. Oh, you could put sho. You could put sho at the end to make it into a book. Oh, you could put kaishaku at the end to make it into grammatical analyses. Oh, we got so many ends. Oh, kaishiki as well. Oh my gosh, this is so useful. Wow, you can definitely modify this like crazy. A grammarian. Yeah, ka to the end, as in house. Boom polka. Dude. Gosh, that's so dense. Yeah, yeah. Kaishaku. That's correct. Kaishaku. Oh, that's so neat. Basically, like, it feels, that word, boompo, boompo has that feeling of the suffixes. Yeah, suffixes. You can attach a bunch of suffixes to the end. I'm getting used to picking up some of the suffixes, like teki sho, and kaishaku can be one, or like boku gaku, and whatnot. I kind of just feel it out at this point. I can see why grammarian is pretty makes sense. Like gakusha. So gaku for study and sha for like a person, like a profession person. I've seen sha a couple times. So you have bunpo gakusha. Gakusha? I don't know the pitch accents. You're starting to feel certainly things begin to click as well. Maybe the most satisfying feeling in the world. Well, for now, right? For now. You gotta farm those feelings. Alright. Let's get back. Where were we? I think the writing thing is so far my jam. Like things... writing feels like a second hand at this point. Like looking at characters is a second hand feeling. When people like type whatever kanji, I'm like, nah, you know, I can tell you what I think it means, and then it'll be somewhere close. Sometimes it's far off, but that's okay. Like then it just adds to the experience. So when you're just looking at kanji or looking at Hanzi, I'm like, I kind of have an idea of what that means. That's kind of how it's feeling now. Like, rarely is it about vocabulary anymore. Oh man, this thing is so wild. I have no idea what I'm looking at. It's more like, no, I have an idea what it probably means. Let's see if there's more context clues in the sentence. What does this make me feel like? This makes me feel like when I was in high school or in college and I was reading a book in English, and the book was like a bit harder, right? Like it was supposed to be of a higher level reading, and you're like, well, I have no idea what that word means, but let's read the rest of the paragraph to see if we can figure out what that word means. And that's kind of how it feels now when it comes to reading Japanese and Chinese. You kind of just read around the word and then you're good to go. Like, all right, no, it's got to be something like that, and it comes up again and again. I'm like, I don't even, like, most of the times, like, yeah, I don't really need to go to the dictionary. Like, that word is always associated with this. We'll see what it is. Occasionally I do then end up going to the dictionary, but I can wait. Not that big a deal, right? I think the exploring what the meaning is by context is already sufficient enough to make it incredibly memorable. And then one day, you know, someone can tell me, they can attempt to tell me exactly what it means. And then I'm like, oh yeah, okay, I get that same feeling. Okay, alright, let's get back. Also, like, writing is similar too. So earlier on, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, I said something like, I saw the first handwritten, like I started looking at handwriting of like Chinese and Japanese, and I made this comment like, oh dude, like there's some like half cursive and half things in people's handwriting. However, now it's getting to the point where I'm like, no, that's close enough. That's close enough to this character. That's probably what they're writing. And that to me is the feeling I get when I look at people's handwriting in English. Like, you know, the thing where you get a doctor's note and you like read the doctor's note like, I don't know what that says, but it kind of looks like this. And if I read the rest of the sentence, okay, that word has to be this, right? It's close enough. And that's kind of how I feel about these the characters now. When you're reading someone's handwriting or reading a sign, like a stylized sign and stuff, it's becoming a little bit clearer. Although I still have to admit, some of the stylizations, like in music videos and stuff and lyric videos, whew. I mean, my English is pretty bad when it comes to stylization too. Like if you ever try to read, I don't know, graffiti art or like metal band text and font, it's still very incredibly difficult. However, it's very intellectually stimulating to try to figure it out. So writing is getting there too. You just look at a character and I'm like, all right. And English is it's kind of evoking the same English thing. Like, okay, well, this and this, if you put this together, how many different patterns can make this make sense with all these other words around it? And in English, you do that too, technically. Only you're looking at the combination of the character, right? So super satisfying. I think how long ago has this been happening? I think it's very recent. So now I would say within the last month or two. I'm gonna say within the last month is when I've hit, I don't know what you call it. A lot of people describe it as some sort of critical mass. So when it comes to like looking at Japanese and Chinese, especially in a written form, it's past that state. In terms of listening, it's been a while. I think like 2 months ago plus, it's to the point where like, well, I kind of missed a couple words. However, I did pick up 2 or 3 key words, so I'm gonna fill in the rest in my head for the time being. And it more or less paints the situation. Like, yeah, well, I kind of missed that word, but they had to have said this, right? And then like, oh, well, I missed that word, but it has to be something about like something you eat at least. Or oh, they mentioned water, you know, water and some running. And I'm like, okay, I must have missed the part where they said they were tired after running, right? Like that kind of thing. So you start kind of piecing it all together. It feels well, I'm gonna be real. Generally speaking, I typically don't feel uncomfortable when I don't get the whole picture, because generally speaking, I like to re-emphasize the idea that if you spend most of your time enjoying learning things, being able to feel comfortable in knowing that you won't get everything, not on the first try, second, third, or possibly ever. However, you can fill it out enough to sufficiently understand the situation, enough that you can be functional and, you know, interacting. That's usually the state of learning. Otherwise, you're not really learning anything. You're practicing, which is also perfectly fine, right? Not quite it though for me. Not as intellectually stimulating. Like watching a movie without learning anything, that's entertaining. I use the word entertaining. You'll probably find me say, oh, that's interesting. Well, I understand. Oh, fair enough. Or I see, that checks out. Those are the phrases I typically use when someone has, I shared this quite a bit. I'm a fairly consistent person when it comes to responses. However, I try to like increase the pool of responses, so I'm not saying the same thing every time. It creates a monotony or maybe potential indifference. But I have like 6 or 7 phrases that I would respond that would indicate that what you have told me, if people know me long enough, that you have told me is, I'm aware of it, I agree with, or like, I'm aware of it, I understand the situation, however, it is something I have already heard or know and comprehend, right? And then the times when something new and ecstatic happens, well, it's the interaction that we just had now, like about hayai. It would be a very different response. It would be a response where I would go into a digression and talk about it for like 30 minutes and then talk about all the other things. That's usually because I learned something new. And then the rest is history. All right. Now I promise I'm getting back into this. Okay. All right. Okashi. For the record though, not learning something new is not necessarily less valuable than learning something new. My response just happens to be different. They're neither worse, bad or good, or better or worse kind of deal. Affirmation is great, confirmation is great. Iterations, things to confirm your suspicions and whatnot. Reinforcement. Practice, practice, practice. Oishii. Amai. What else you got here? Oh. Wakeru. Toilet paper. Toilet paper. Sawarakai. Yawarakai. Yeah, yawarakai. 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 Waru. Mawaru. Marui. Mawaru. Marui. Sakura. Sakura. Saku. Kirei. Hanami. Happy. Happy. I pasu. Basket. Happy. Basket. De. Basket. Okay. 行きましょう。食べ物が欲しい。Where's happy? Happy basket? Oh, wait. No. All I can think about is that you went to a place called Happy Basket for food. You want food, but I don't know what a happy basket is. Miru. Okay. Let me see. Happy basket. Wait, is that actually the name of the place? Oh. Nah. Are you referring to... No way. Oh, no. No. That's not right. Yeah, it's not quite clear if it's an object. Shashingo. Oh. Oh, is it the name? No, wait. Shashingo. Something. There's a place called Happy Basket? Interesting. Oh, it sounds like a restaurant, so... Or a place. So that's kind of nice. It sounds like a lovely place to find something to eat. I don't know what the last character is. Sono mise wa happy basket. Oh, okay. Oh, sono mise. Dona. Dona desu ka? I guess. Or not dona. I don't actually know how to say what kind. So what kind of mise? Restaurant? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Baskin and Robbins. Baskin Robbins. I'm not sure where you live or where you live have something similar, but there's this thing in the United States called Baskin Robbins. I don't even know how to spell it. Baskin Robbins. It's a ice cream place. I'm not even sure they sell. I don't know. I totally messed up their name. Hold up. Baskin Robbins. Yeah, Baskin. Oh, Robbins. Oh, there's two names. Baskin with no apostrophe. Yeah, it's a franchise. They serve ice cream, though. Inu. Hua. What did they sell there? Oh, wow. Oh. Oops. Oh. Good news, the clownfish's heater came in and they're much happier. Aww. Man, a life of luxury. I didn't realize they need clownfishes need heater. Glad to hear your clownfish are living the life, you know? Central heating, climate control, very nice. Oh. Whoops. They were sitting around 60 degrees Fahrenheit and they're supposed to be at 72 to 75. I see. Room temp. Room tempish. Above room tempish. Whoops. Udo bowl. Kitanai. Ooh, that's a rough kitanai. Right. And now that the lid's fixed, you can start working on adding more critters to the tank. Saltwater 2024 will be a reality. Saltwater, ooh. No. I look forward to hearing your experience with maintaining a saltwater environment. Ooh, what about what are your thoughts on crustaceans? Crustaceans like a lobster friend or a crab friend or little like scuttlers, you know? By coincidence, I watched a bunch of content creators who took care of like crabs and stuff. Oh, corals, I see. Corals, how about anemones and sponges? Yeah. Something game no mise no namae wa No, that's wait, you're saying, hold up. Wait, you're saying... Wait, are you talking about my game? Oh! Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. It's the name of the supa. Or like it's close. Yeah. I just realized. Yeah. And thank you. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's the name of the supermarket. Oh, so you were looking at the supermarket and it makes you want to buy food. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, happy basketto. I didn't even look at the supermarket supermarket sign. I was like, wait a minute. Now it makes sense when you said game. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. All right. It didn't click. I try this, huh? Atlia Elise. Yeah. How about that? Or Elise? No, it's probably Elise. Oh no, I don't know. I don't even know what language that is related to. I think this is Atlia. Or Atlia. It's like not English, obviously, but I've seen this word before in a video game series, so it has various pronunciations, and I'm not sure which people go with, but I commonly say Atlia, or I think someone else said like Atelier. I don't know, but that's in Elise. I'm not sure how they go with that as well. It could be Elise. I just realized there's a sign up there. Lemoneto. Oh. Sorry, lemonade. Lemonedo. Okay. Alright, sorry. Alright. Visual. French? Yeah, I think it's French. Yeah. So it's like it can be anything. Yep. Okay. Ateri. Okay. Ateri. Arisaka? Oh, Arisa and then ka. Arisa? Eh? Sa. Oh yeah? They probably make the SE into a sa. B? Got that. Ah? For the E? Yeah. I would totally. And then ate? Ateri. It would be interesting. There is a video game series. A Japanese video game series. That has the left word in it. So it would be interesting to see how they ended up pronouncing it. I think there's reef safe crabs. Don't want any pinchy guys with soft coral. Oh, I haven't considered that about the coral thing. Yeah, you've been trying to grow purple coralline algae for 2 years. How's that going? French really said there's an invisible vowel you pronounce. Ignore all the others and do the cha-cha underwater. Yeah. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let's see. Atelier. I think it's atelier. Atelier. Let me see.
Atelier.
Atelier. Oh, that's an English accent. That is not it. But it's. Wait. Atelier. Oh, wait. Oh, that's funny. There's actually a forum. Hold up. When I typed in Google how to pronounce atelier, the third search result is the Atelier subreddit for the Japanese video game. Wait, why is there something playing in the background in this? Oh, okay. And it already tells me what it is. They went with Atori. Atori. Oh, they went with Atori. Interesting. So English is atelier. Atelier. Japanese is atelier. Atelier. And somehow in the mysterious game, atelier. Atelier. Okay. That's funny. Google is secretly listing, obviously. The subreddit search result is in atelier subreddit. Yeah, it's a long-running series, by the way. It is a very long-running series. And yeah, there are a lot of French things in Japanese, especially surrounding pastries. Like lots of French pastries. Is incredibly, like, when you ever have slice of life stuff and whatnot, and like consumer products and food, lots of French things. My algae has improved with the introduction of more rocks seeded with it. Oh, okay. And booster algae additives. Interesting. I haven't ever... I saw this guy who had like a tank that has algae growing, which then they use to feed guppies. Then guppies is used to feed something else and something. So it's a pretty interesting operation when you try to get like a ecosystem going. And this is why languages are hard. This is why language is fun and hard, I suppose. Where you say hard, I say fun. Tomato, tomato, right? Potato, potato. Ketchup, ketchup, you know? Alright. Let's do our current set. Yesterday's set. And then we can move on. I do have to end a bit early today, because I have to get up early tomorrow. That's potato tater tot. Excuse you. Listen, taters. Alright, fine. Fair enough. Surprising amount of French and Japanese, yeah. Like, pun and kapan. Pun is South American. Or pun is I wanted to say Portuguese. I don't think that is it. This was brought up a couple times already. It's Portuguese, yeah. On is Portuguese. And a lot of times South Americans mention it. Like Brazilians often mention it about the word pun. Portuguese. Let's see. Where are we at? Cafe. Cafe? There's cafe. Of course. Cafe. Genkyo Suru. I don't know any Portuguese, but it's pronounced the same in French, same word. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, there's quite a lot of Romance language interactions. This when it turns about the katakana thing. I think my earliest memory during the Japanese learning thing specifically was homu. Homu. When I was sitting there, I'm like, wait, I don't understand how homu works. And then someone chimed in like, oh, that's how homu works. And I'll let you figure out how homu works. If that ever came across. It turns out it's an English word or English phrase, so to speak. And I was like, because I was curious what language that came from. And I'm like, I don't get it. How do you, I'm like, oh. Like in, or train station places. It's in the English word. Like, it's one of those things I realized that I was saying the English word the whole time after someone pointed it out. Genkyosu. Where was I? Su Tsurogu. Kutsurogu. Yeah, Kutsurogu. And ow. Whoops. Machia. Kind of looks better this way. Yeah. Sumu. Deki, Dekisteki, Dekisteki, Neru, Kombini, Kao, Baito, Baito suru. Oh, this one too. This one, Baito, Arubaito is German. Baito is shortened from Arubaito, which is German. At least lots of people pointed out. So I know homu means platform, but it just sounds like home to you. Yeah, a platform. So platoru homu, because there's no ho. So they went with ho. And I'm like, oh, I see. It's kind of a bit of a stretch, but I totally get why it didn't come out to be homu. Instead it's homu. So platoru, no, purato homu. Purato homu. And homu is the shortened version of purato homu. And yeah, it sounds like home because, well, gee. Yeah, that kind of thing. I didn't think too hard about it. I just said, yeah, sure, a train's home to its platform. Is its platform. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought too. I'm like, well, it sounds like home. I get it. You go home, you just go to the platforms situation. I totally had the same thought. It was really, really early. Platform was within the first month. So we're talking about way, way back before day 30. I think it was like the second week of Duolingo, like 14 days in. Yeah. Aru baito was baito. Baito was introduced like somewhere in like second or third month in on Duolingo, and then people mention a couple times about aru baito, which reminds people of the German word for like part-time or job or things related to work. So that's how baito suru or aru baito is remembered, at least for me. So not an English word. The reason why that came up is because baito kind of sounds like bike, but that's bike. That's baiku. Wait, no, that's baito. Wait, oh no, yeah, it's baiku. Yeah, they ended up using baiku for motorcycle. Although there's another word for motorcycle as well. And then there's another word for bike. So, but baito is not bike. It's part-time or a job related to employment. I don't know. That's kind of a fun thing too. Most of these things have a lot of history. Like the way I learned a lot of these words is through like remembering these things are well and good, but there's so many things attached to it. Like for example, neru. Neru was after I learned about shinshitsu, the bedroom. So what do you do in a bedroom? You sleep. Neru. It's the same. And then shinshitsu, you combine the all-purpose word for room, a different type of room, with neru here. to get changed. So many. And then there's like, you know, Becky. And then sundemas. Sundemas is one of your first vocabulary words that you circumvent grammar because it's actually a te form. A te form of sumu. So sundemas right here. It goes all the way back to the first week of Duolingo when you get sundemas of where you live or where you're currently living. Sundemas. Machia, like machi. Machi is one of the first vocabulary words too. Although, this is the first, you know, this is where I saw the kanji first. Okay. Bendy. I have so many things to say about so many things. It's endless. I have so many memories with every word nowadays. It's difficult not to dredge up so much of the memory. That's how I typically go about remembering things. They're heavily encoded. All the new words, some of the words that aren't heavily encoded are tougher, right? Like kutsurogu. Kutsurogu is not encoded in a way yet. So this is largely rote memory at the moment. Kutsurogu. Kutsurogu. Okay. Let's go back. No. Namenya. Suru. Taberu. Oishi. I don't know. I think that seems reasonable, right? You were watching a live stream earlier and this guy wrote Eigo ga kakkoi in response to the streamer responding to something in English, and it made me laugh because I think the same about this language. About his language. Yeah, it's kind of the I think it's a marker of intellectual thought. If one is incredibly enthusiastic about the unfamiliar, it's the inquisitive nature that is very, very palpable here, like in my opinion. And I love when people are very inquisitive about the things that are not familiar to them yet, you know, as opposed to being xenophobic, if you know what I mean. Xenophobia is quite big when one gets older and set and crystallized, right? You get really apprehensive, and the unknown and unfamiliar and stuff tends to be less and less interesting, and you gravitate more and more towards comfort. Now, there is something to be said. There is a bit of comfort and familiarity when you get used to a hobby and not. However, oftentimes, a very big indicator of inquisitive nature and interest is often that resonance with someone finding other things cool, the things that they are working towards or the things that they're learning. That kind of like that. I say the same too, for sure. Although I would say I also still really think English is incredibly cool. Not all the things I don't know about English makes it cool, or I have yet to discover in relation. As I'm learning about Japanese and Chinese, it's making me explore English in a different way that I haven't done in a long while. Ever since Spanish, I suppose. And then obviously Spanish made me think of English in a different way. Like us having a conversation now with English and using English is the result of being interested in another language. Otherwise, we'd be talking about how the latest donut on the donut trend slaps and hits different, right? Sorry, I just want to weave in some Gen Z. I don't have any Gen Alpha lingo. Oh, I do have some. But I don't know how to use them properly. I just throw them out every once in a while, you know? What is it? Phantom tax? I have no idea how phantom tax works. I heard that recently in a tech news. Tech quickie tech news video where they try to push into the phrase phantom tax, and I have no idea what that means, honestly. Still have no idea what that means or what it's used for, what the purpose is, other than I don't know, Riz something. I don't either. If it's any consolation, I suppose we're in this together, you know? In this together. Maybe one day. Brings back the memory of maybe 3 years ago. I think it's been 3 years, man. Okay, it's been more than 3 years. Possibly 4.5 years ago when someone explained to me what a hot minute was. And I still like to deliberately use it incorrectly. What a hot minute. Now we get things like down bad. I think down bad is the most recent. The most recent phrase. That one you understand somewhat? Yeah, a hot minute. Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I started Japanese, right? It's been a hot minute. But down bad. Hey. Let's see. Kutsushita. Kutsushita. It's so weird hearing you say slang. You usually speak so proper. I have my moments. I'm genuinely very if I meet someone, right? If I meet someone that is heavily enthusiastic, I pick up their mannerisms quite quickly. I like to take on different behavioralism. However, if I'm streaming, then most of the time I do it in a manner that makes it very contrasty, so that it's humorous. So I have a habit of deliberately making things awkward for the sake of being funny. I think that's kind of my brand of humor most of the time. That's what life has taught me. So nowadays I would do the thing where I deliberately say something cringy, but it's only funny because I'm doing it ironically, you know, the whole Gen Alpha, Gen Z thing. You do something deliberately ironically to be funny, as opposed to doing it unironically. Like, boy howdy. A boy howdy is something I use. So that's like old school. People laugh at that too whenever I say boy howdy. Boy howdy. Or something like ain't no way. Ain't no way. Or done dirty. Done dirty. Still got some few shiners for the whippersnappers, right? I haven't used wishy-washy in a long time. I like the English word wishy-washy. It reminds me of it almost sounds Japanese in a way. It almost sounds Japanese in a way. Wishy-washy. It kind of even sounds like an onomatopoeia, like, you know, like yura yura or kishi kishi, right? Things like that, or pika pika. Wishy-washy, and it sounds exactly in English the way it elicits the emotion that the word means, and that's kind of what Japanese does with the onomatopoeic kind of phrasing. It's supposed to elicit the emotion of it, right? And I think the closest thing I can think of in older English or older American English, I guess, wishy-washy is one of them. What does wishy-washy mean? Indecisive. Wishy-washy, you know? It almost feels like the actual word and the meaning coincides. You like good deal in response to something even remotely agreeable, like, hey, want to hang out this weekend? Good deal. What was my regional? Bet. Bet was the original my regional use for good deal. Bet. Like, hey, you want to hang out this weekend? Bet. Or you actually it, you know, it dropped the word you, like, oh yeah, you bet. Right? You bet. Like, you bet I want to hang out this weekend. But then it kind of just got shortened to bet. Which is the same thing as good deal, because a bet is kind of like a deal, like an agreement. So bet is like a modification of good deal, or a regional modification of good deal. I look forward to having these discussions about in Japanese. Like, what I mean is talking about Japanese's regionalisms in the future. I think talking about English is fantastic, and it's only going to make talking about Japanese all the more interesting as well. Fire? Oh, dude. Fire. Fuego. El fuego. Fire. I think that's one thing that I did pick up. I'm okay with that. Cooking. Let them cook. Like, let them cook. I think cooking and fire are okay. I think I've got that down. That's pretty okay too. Now I realize that I did pick up quite a lot of phrases now from Gen Alpha. Yeah. Anyways, okay. Sub-Zero used a different phrase the other day, like a bit ago. Oh, a sleeper, or to sleep on something. Yeah, that I kind of like too. Like, dude, people do be, people do be sleeping on taters all the time, man. Most of the time, French fries is now I'm just trying too hard. We're gonna try less now. Okay, Kutsushita. Kutsushita. Okay. Atatameru. Oh no, not atatameru. Atatakai. I think in the future I want to talk about like language in general with such a serious face that it's unironic that I'm saying like slang and internet slang with a serious demeanor, and everyone be like, yeah, that's quite intriguing. How the word, like, I've already normalized like bruh to talk about Chinese tonality. Like I tend to use bruh as a way to break the barrier in introducing Chinese tonality. So whenever someone comes up, it's like, oh man, Chinese, etc., etc., it's like, start with bruh. Bro. Let's see. Trying to be edgy. Okay. Tatakai. Kaiteki. 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 What's the third one? Kutsushita. Kutsushita. Oh, Haku. Okay. So Hashiru. Haku. Musubu. Musubu. Okay. Yeah. Katsuya. How? Oshare. You know, the thing you mentioned about the whole slang thing, it reminds me of a time when
I was TAing a lab, right? I was TAing a lab,
A biochem lab. A biochem lab. And the students there couldn't process the idea that I made a League of Legends reference and then started talking about Overwatch in the middle or Hearthstone in the middle of class. They um it's to the point where I think when I was dropping random references, they were like distracted by the idea that the person that is TAing their TAing their lab plays video games. You know, that's kind of the subversion that you have to take. Instantly attention grabbing, when it becomes relatable all of a sudden. I am a fan of using icebreakers in that way. I think talking to strangers or talking to classes, seminars and stuff, one place of comfort that one can have quite a lot is if you can somehow motivate yourself to be genuinely interested in something that is relatable all the time, right? When you walk into a room of strangers or when you go into a meet and greet, you have this like over time a built up feeling or a security blanket, if you will, of a way that you can trust yourself to understand that you've done this for a very long time, you've done this for most of your life, you'll probably be able to ice break when you walk into any sort of room. And when you can't, you have developed like skills or behavioral patterns that would compensate for it, right? So either you go to plan B, which is to ask direct questions with the idea of sounding incredibly proper and professionally agreeable, or you to farm for something that's you can then interject relatably to the conversation. So oftentimes I think talking about things that are edgy or trending or hipstery or something, it might seem like at times to people who are unmotivated to be in a public space, those things are a waste of time. However, for me, any type of story, experience, conversation with someone else, that's a way for me to expand my usages for ice breaking. And naturally, because I stream, the more the merrier often. So I farm like for anecdotal stories and little tidbits and vignettes of people's lives. Those are the most, in my opinion, are the way to offset meet and greets, like the insecurity or the maybe the introversion that a lot of individuals claim to be. I think largely introversion it's a real thing, sure. However, it doesn't necessarily have to characterize your inability to socialize or be able to practice skills that allow you to socialize pretty much nonstop, right? There's something very palpable and comforting when you can command a room of strangers to get together and talk to each other and be able to communicate when the people in the room may not necessarily have the skills to ice break themselves. So oftentimes, I could personally say in a weird flexy way, I don't mind being people's wingman, in a sense. Like, I like bringing people together. That used to be not the case. I think in a different parallel life, I would probably convince other people and myself that introversion is some sort of barrier to being an effective interpersonal communicator. That was a big digression, but largely, I think I see this well too much in even individuals who have decided that their professional career makes them a public figure. and or their professional career deals with having to communicate with people. You hear it a lot as a form of casual conversation nowadays. It's like, oh, I'm casually running this Discord for my very popular video game, but I'm an introvert. Like that kind of thing happens quite often. It's like, well, okay, that's well and good. However, I don't necessarily think that should be a self-fulfilling prophecy for a lack of investment in interpersonal communication skills, at least in my opinion. It takes a very extreme amount of social anxiety, reinforced behavioralisms that would bar someone from ever acquiring at least sufficient interpersonal communication skills. And that involves language learning. I think a very large or a significant body of people who engage in language learning do not necessarily have considered the impact of their lack of interpersonal skills to be a barrier that strongly prevents them from acquiring a language. At least that's from an outsider perspective, right? I haven't studied Japanese for more than a year yet. Maybe 2 years, my perspective would change, but largely I'm coming into language learning, in my opinion, being an effective communicator in my current native language, right? Or a common language, my English, right? I'm not a English proficiency person, like a linguist or a professional. Like, I don't know a lot of English, like not at the expert level where they can command very complex etymology and all that stuff. I'm coming from a perspective of communication. So you can be an incredible, well-studied linguist, however, still completely lack the empathy, compassion, and ability to communicate properly, like move people or get people to want to learn a language, teach people through relevant, resonating topics and things like that, because there's only enough time, in my opinion, reasonably, there's only enough time to do certain things. If you specialize in linguistics, that doesn't necessarily mean you have time to be relevant, right? As in, like, using conversational topics in order to educate people. And those people who do that may not have enough time to delve into the intricacies of the historical value of specific terminology or something like that. That's kind of how I feel right now. It's very obvious to me, at least personally, in a very, as humbly as I can say, it's quite obvious even to an amateur, maybe communication person as myself, to observe that there's a far more common barrier to eventually acquiring a language that, to me, is fundamental in the current language they already use. As in, if you are having social anxiety and problems initiating conversation in your common language, and you go around predicating that it's your introversion that is creating this barrier, then acquiring another language exacerbates that problem. So I think the focus that I want to communicate while learning Japanese and Chinese is secondary, or like what I mean is the learning of the actual Japanese and Chinese, to me personally, as a streamer or content creator, is secondary to interacting with people and getting and demonstrating and encouraging that being discomfort in using a language you're learning, or even your current language, involves an aptitude and engagement in active conversation that deals with problem solving, misunderstandings, differing opinions, or resonating opinions. I feel with that in hand, learning another language and a target language it eases that process. So to me, when I see, at least in my less than a year of experience as I observe, you get over the hump of starting a language, you get over the hump of vocabulary, you get into a routine of acquiring vocabulary, understanding grammar. However, the one thing that you eventually, like you really downstream, that ends up being avoided most of the time is having conversation with another person. And what I mean by that is I'm not talking about having a conversation with a native speaker. That gets escalated because there's this disproportionate understanding and misplacement of empathy on the user part, the person who's studying. Like, for example, why do you get nervous when you speak to a native speaker? And then have you confirmed that? Most of the time, I would argue that the chances are the native speaker does not have those concerns and their perspective is very different. And how would a person learning the language understand that perspective? Well, you do have a native language. How do you feel when you do a role reversal and you talk to a foreigner who is learning your native language? That type of thing involves interpersonal communication skills and emotional intelligence. So with those things in hand, encouraging people, bringing people together so that they can experience and share emotional resonance, that provides a backdrop to allow someone to say, you know what, this language is fun, I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna talk to someone. It doesn't, like, someone who's interested in the language. And if you're lucky, you talk to a native speaker too, right? And that is like the last barrier, in my opinion, one of the penultimate barriers. When someone says, oh, I've been studying a lot, but what haven't you been doing? One of the things that I feel is projected all the time, especially in Japanese, is pronunciation, pitch accent, and things like that. Well, I have no reservations about people thinking my pitch accent is terrible, or my pitch accent is not what they're used to, or that they want to give me tips on pitch accent. That's largely because communication is part of the process. So if you're not, if you're not familiar with all the parts about needing to learn through communication, especially oral communication, rarely can you provide advice on it, nor can you help yourself with it if you're avoiding it. That means you have the incredible lack of experience when it comes to learning a language orally. So when I get advice and stuff, oftentimes that comes from like a studious viewpoint. Like when someone says, oh yeah, but what if you're stuck in your pronunciations? Like that doesn't happen if you communicate with people regularly. That doesn't happen when you like to communicate and it's comfortable with communication, like oral communication. A lot of the times that insecurity is a projection of one's own, in my opinion, projection of one's own avoidance behavior. Like, you can start things anytime you want. It is very possible. Without experience, it's very difficult to improve your situation. Like, oh yeah, I'll get to it one day. That kind of thing. Japanese especially, they all seem so warm and nice. Pardon my generalization. No. It is very generalizable, not simply from Japanese standpoint. Yeah. And I totally get what you mean when you say when people are nervous to speak to natives. But in order to become good at something, one must be bad at it first. Yeah. Or one is I think the word good and bad is probably not I would probably stray away from that. I would say in order to learn something, one must start somewhere. Right? In order to improve, one must begin at some position. That beginning position is not bad. It's a beginning position. And the improvements in the later position is not any better. It's a difference, right? Like, so instead of saying it like that kind of emphasis creates that nervousness. Like, you want to be good before you start. You want to, because if you start, it can be bad. Like, well, start is being good. Like, if you can start, that's very good. And if you can improve, that's better. As opposed to when you start, you're bad, and when you improve, you're good. Like, in my opinion, then if you start at being bad, it doesn't remove the nervousness and the problems associated with it. For those who struggle with starting, I don't mind it, and probably you don't mind it, saying that, oh yeah, you have to be bad at first, right? You must be bad at first, and we're comfortable with that. However, if you tell someone who don't want to start something and have a fear of being bad, then they won't start anything. As opposed to saying, it's expected that it's good that you got started. That's awesome. Like, you want to make starting be very appealing. So my conversation often with people who have trouble starting things is, hey, look at all the things you could be enjoying, or look at all the things you have to look forward to if you start, right? Start now and you get to do this thing. Start, give them a way to want to start something. At least that's my opinion. Just as a commentary on the whole bad and good thing. And we know that you'll find people that are quite warm about things. And also, without saying too generalized, there will be bad actors. There will be people who have poor timing and whatnot. The idea is that's not everyone. The irony is generalizing works, and then degeneralizing also works. So assuring someone that they will have both up and downs with interacting with someone while learning a language makes it so that, hey, that person, he didn't want to hear your botched pitch accent, but this person don't mind it at all, that kind of thing. And that, to me, gives the groundedness of telling a person, like, don't feel betrayed if you bump into someone who doesn't like your pitch accent. There's also people who really like your pitch accent. Actually, here's my little thing with English. When someone tells me, like, oh, I'm so sorry, like, English is my second language. It's like, maybe the way I write is kind of weird, or if I spoke to you, I sound kind of weird. It's like, no, I actually think it's great that you sound different from me. It actually makes it more interesting for me. Tell me about your thing so I can learn in the future. When I hear this accent, I can know where your English came from, right? That kind of thing. I suppose it's just generally better to have a mindset focused on positivity and positive terminology. Usually. Like, for me, between you and me, Valentine, I totally get what you mean by one must be bad at first. I definitely do not mind that whatsoever. I actually find that can help with those who get challenged to be, so like I'm basically adding more to it. Like, I want to add more spins to it. So between you and me, I think the reason being bad at first is all the motivation I want to start something, right? So you'll definitely bump into those type of people, like the righteous indignation people, the prideful people. Like, dude, you're so bad at this. And then the next thing they do is they start it and then get good at it. Although I don't run into those type of people too often, because I'm quite soft-hearted when it comes to how I speak and whatnot. So those gun-ho people who are successful, and if you challenge them, they'll just punch back harder. Those people usually don't resonate with most of the things I say anyway. Like, I feel that sometimes I do possibly give a false impression that I didn't roll with the punches when I was younger. But actually, my demeanor and focus on positivity and positive terminology was a result of having a youth, a childhood that ran with that. So when someone, growing up, I was told what I was as a person, like what I am, what I will be, what my value is. And the whole idea is that's what drove me to do better. So the whole tough love and accepting negativity as a fuel for constructive criticism, kind of a very familiar path. Nowadays, what I do often see is there's plenty of that on the internet. So it's I prefer, personally, I'm quite biased, I prefer to represent things that are underrepresented. And there is a startling lack of positive terminology versus the internet indirectly telling you how much you suck. Like, what I mean is, it's not intentional, like it's not directed, right? The thing about the internet is the things you see are extraordinary and they're successful. So the internet people don't have to tell you suck. Extraordinary people tell you how small you are. Like, what I mean is indirectly demonstrate how small you are. So I don't think I don't think, at least in my opinion, I have to tell anyone that. Like, for example, when someone says, yeah, I learned 10 kanji today, right? And these are the kanji I learned. It's like, that's fantastic. Like, tell me about it. Like, tell me how you feel about your accomplishments, and what are you going to do next? How do you get better? Like, how are you going to improve? Does this make you want to keep going? As opposed to, oh, that's okay, some regular people learn 100 kanji in a week. So you're like, get good, bro. Like, do better. You can do better. Like, what I described is how I grew up. Before the internet, there are tiger moms, right? I love my mom, right? I totally get where she's coming from. However, the Chinese culture, growing up in Chinese culture, the phrase is, you can do better. You can always do better. So when you get a 4.0 in college, you can do better. When you get all A's, you can do better. So that, to me, I understand. I totally get that. And the internet does that. And when someone talks and uses specific phrasing, it tells me a lot about what they're used to. And that's not a bad or a good thing. It's more of an awareness thing, right? It allows you to be appropriate for things. So I don't mind telling you, right? Like, us having discussion about, like, yeah, I just sucked at day one. I suck less now, but I still feel like I suck. I think that is the conversation of the internet culture now. A lot of times people focus on how much they suck and what they lack, because the examples they have are people who already made it, who are extraordinary. So every progress that they make feels insignificant, and that sucks. So not so much, maybe not so much positivity, but also being appreciative of yourself and other people. I think being able to appreciate the hard work that you have done, the progress that you have done, can make one connect to the appreciation of how difficult it is for other people to do things too. As in, that extraordinary person you saw probably have worked very hard in a way that you haven't been able to appreciate, as opposed to that insensitive type of jealousy and envy that occurs a lot of times due to the lack of emotional intelligence. The idea like, oh, I wish this person just got lucky, right? I mean, admittedly, it can happen. There are people who get very lucky, and that's awesome for them. You can be happy for them. However, a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, this developer is making millions of dollars, and why couldn't they do X, Y, and Z? Because the another X, Y, and Z has done it. And meanwhile, you're sitting on your seat being a keyboard hero, right? That kind of thing happens quite a lot. That's something that I hope that the internet maybe push back on every once in a while. It's not intentional. I don't think it's intentional. No one's out there saying, hey, look, I do this really, really well. You suck. It's more, in my opinion, the human condition. Kids, young adults, then become adults can be incredibly spiteful and like indirectly or unintentionally spiteful and diminishing and condescending because pretty much everything around you constantly reminds you that you can do better or there's someone doing it better than you. And right now the current social trend is lots of content creators now who are successful are sharing the idea that it's great to take inspiration and learn from other people. However, you are still you, and the progress you make is the position you're comparing, not some parasocial relationship with someone else who have an inconceivable number of factors that do not correlate with you or is the same as you, right? So things like, yeah, you're learning Japanese and you're watching, I don't know, Dogen, for example, talk about pitch accent and stuff. And what eventually happens, in my opinion, can happen, not deterministic, but you start thinking to yourself, oh, but when do I become that good? When can I get that good? So then the days and the process begins drawn out, and you're constantly being reminded where it used to be a source of inspiration, it becomes a source of frustration. We're like, yo, I've been working at this for 3 years, but I sound nothing like this guy. Like, what's the deal? Like, I should sound just as good as this guy, or if not better, that kind of thing. And ooh-wee. I don't think you need to push those people down anymore, at least in my opinion. Speaking of accomplishments, you learned your 100th kanji this week? Very nice. There's always a bigger fish, right? Yeah, it's hard to see progress from day to day, but it feels great to look at bigger slices of time. Yeah, when time comes, right? Right? When being able to reflect on it. Congratulations on your 100th kanji, by the way. What was your 100th kanji? Actually, Valentine. What was number 100? I don't know my 100. Oh, you know what? I should have kept track of what my 100th kanji was. Or like different numbers of kanji. Yeah, I have no idea when my 100th kanji was. At the very moment, ooh, maybe I'm close to my 500. I'll have to count up and see, and we'll do a fun little thing with that. Oh, you have a kanji that I don't even have. Is that something to do with going somewhere? Probably not, right? Which kanji is that? How is it used? I don't even know what that kanji is. So you're teaching me a second kanji today. past. Oh, I do have that kanji. I haven't written it yet though, but I do have. I know what context. Kyonen. Kyonen is probably what you got it in. Kyonen last year. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I saw that written by someone else. Kyonen. 去年. 去年 is also the same. So, I forgot that's also a use. Yeah, it's the same in Chinese. So when you said past, immediately I thought of Chinese. So, kyonen. It's the same in Chinese. 去年. Last year. Interesting. Yeah, kyonen. Very nice. Very, very nice. It's kind of funny that your 100th, it's very coincidental that your 100th kanji is past. I look forward to celebrating your 200th and your 300th and so on. Number goes up, feels good. I don't remember what this is. Let me see. Oh, oshare. Oh, kutsuya. Oh, I know. Uru. So, uru. To sell. Oh, fukuya. Fukuya. Still got how. Ugh. How. Stomeru. Stomeru. Yep, Stomeru. And Hawaii. Hawaii. That was awful. Alright. Yeah, no problems here. We got an easy set today. I'm pretty good with this. So we're gonna change gear. And change gears now. Not bad, not bad. Pretty confident in this set. This was a low-key set, so not too bad. We are officially over halfway, right? Yeah, we're getting close to 2/3 actually. Alright, so that was the end of review day. Day 3 is the shortest of the days. Reinforcing one last time. Tomorrow is a rest day, and it just so happens tomorrow is also the last day of the Neverwinter module. I deliberately did that, so not a coincidence. So we get to rest tomorrow, and I'm pretty confident we're okay with most of the sets up to this point. So we'll be back starting a new cycle after rest day from Shashingo. Alright. What's a good take-home message from today? I like to end, or like to to leave a message of encouraging interpersonal skills, right? Learning, being able to make one interested in whatever target audience that you're going towards is a great, wonderful, possibly even emergence, as in hard to appreciate potential benefit in engaging in your target language. So it sounds like well duh, like if you like Japanese, you want to engage in Japanese culture in order to use it as an icebreaker. Like no. I want to re-emphasize that partaking in that culture is, and then creating an emotional attachment to it, promotes that familiarity. It's kind of different from being scholarly interested. So as a more concise thing, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? So if your target language is Japanese, specifically focusing on the context or the semantics of your interest may not necessarily garner enough emotional investment to feel comfortable talking to someone from that place. So being part of the culture indirectly is also a way to break down the barrier to wanting to converse in a target language, at least in my opinion. My interest in science is also involved in understanding how scientists behave, how they talk, what they are aware of, what they enjoy, that kind of thing breaks down the barriers. And you might be thinking, well, science is not a language. Well, science is a discipline, right? So I understand some people like to learn language for the sake of learning language. That's great if you know that's what you want, right? However, others want to become fluent or something, or want to effortlessly speak Japanese, and one of the gold standards of being able to do that, or being told, or a benchmark that they want, is to be able to talk to a Japanese person or people who like Japanese things, right? Well, if you have no emotional investment in them, the barrier is high. It's true that you can break the barrier down and then get that sentimentalism. If you have that power and motivation, all the power to you, for sure. However, if you want to lower that barrier of entry, partaking in something and not necessarily jumping right to it can help. And one of the things is, I like geeking out and nerding it out with other Japanese language learners. That's the way to partake in getting more and more exposure to speaking about Japanese. In fact, if that's the only topic I have, I will go up to a native Japanese speaker and talk about what it's like to learn Japanese as an English speaker. And in turn, I would think, as an icebreaker, I would find potentially a Japanese person who thinks learning English is quite the resonating experience, right? Going back to what Valentine shared about someone watching a live streamer say that English is cool, and they had the same feelings. And that, to me, highlights what is great about establishing empathy and understanding emotional intelligence. When you can see that, when you can feel that, and you can find that, that's, in my opinion, one of the desirable high-level qualities of having excellent interpersonal skills. It's not necessarily just chance that someone who is charismatic,
who is able to communicate well seem to be surrounded and often have positive experiences with the people they meet. There's some pre-selection involved. You know, there are things where like, oh, this person has a conflict of interest. Let's talk in a manner that's appropriate, right? Subtextual and emotional awareness comes with experience. There's rarely a book that's written that allows you to, well, there's attempts to profile and whatnot and pre-selection and whatnot. Right? I talked about a couple of that. That helps get your foot through the door, right? I accumulate icebreakers, for example, in order to do that. Some icebreakers miss, some icebreakers don't. There's a contingency plan for that. I used to dread talking to people. I was practically a mute and invisible when I was in high school, with a few exceptional people who have noticed me, right? I blend and imitate and be a chameleon because I was a person outside my culture. Nowadays, though, it's not really necessarily just about blending. You blend, you can show up, you can lead. That's often coming with the idea that you have tons and tons of experience with looking for subtext. How do you get someone to not, how you get someone to feel comforting or be comforted, etc., right? How to ask for help against many types of people. Like, oh, this person clearly, how do you know when this person clearly doesn't want to help you or maybe has a different way of expression? That's kind of, in my opinion, all involved in language learning. Not that it's necessary, because when you work through problems, that helps with critical thinking. Nevertheless, it's a very different feeling that I need to keep on reminding myself. The things I do when it comes to talking to people may not necessarily be very approachable from a person who hasn't practiced that a lot. I think this element of language learning is not necessarily part of the study of language or vocabulary and whatnot. That stuff is very important to the development and acquisition of language knowledge. Communication itself is still communication. You are having an interpersonal connection with someone else, right? Or with a body of people. So you see all these threads about how your opinion is the most important thing. Only the things you think are important, like anime is number one or anime is cringy, that kind of thing. That type of perspective screams to me a person who has cognitive dissonance on understanding if you want to use a language for communication. It's about understanding why it's not cringy or why it is great. The other roles. That increases your odds, in my opinion, of feeling comfortable when you're talking with other people. It increases your odds of interacting with other people so that your choices aren't slimmed down to, oh, I'm looking for that very special person who happens to also read my mind and was born exactly like me, but they're in Japan and they happen to speak Japanese. Those odds get smaller and smaller. The more I'm gonna say restrictive your communication skill is. You have less and less people that are willing to talk to you, or you can consistently maintain a conversation and develop a relationship. I don't necessarily think the skill I'm talking about is limited to language learning. However, since we're talking about language learning, it's paramount, in my opinion. It's almost necessary that you have to develop the skill in order to increase your odds. Okay, it's not absolutely necessary. Any form of rigorous normalizing of communicating with someone, if your goal is to interact with another culture, use language for the sake of communicating with another person. being comfortable in having conversations with another person is a skill that is not necessarily restricted to your target language. It is also dependent on your native language, your common language, the way you interact with people. If you're afraid, in my opinion, if you might be afraid and a little bit insecure about your target language, right? Worrying about pronunciation and vocab and stuff, remove that. Use your common language and work on your interpersonal skills. Because in my opinion, you don't need the extra, having the extra baggage of a lacking of communication only will add to the difficulty, the perceived difficulty. And I actually think there are incredibly brilliant, well-studied speakers of Japanese, like learners, right? However, their barrier it's kind of related to the actual knowledge of Japanese. However, it's more the lack of communication skills, interpersonal skills. I think they are well able. Most of the Japanese learners that I've come to have the privilege to encounter have more than necessary motivation to learn the language itself. To use the language involves, unfortunately, in my opinion, it's very obvious to use the language that they develop so much comes with the idea that they lack practice or familiarity with a different element of language, which is communication. And I think those are often separate disciplines, or it's seen as separate disciplines. My English and my properness and agreeability involves developing communication skills. I learn more. This is ironic because, this would be considered ironic largely because the gold standard for learning a language is to interact with other people. The barrier is that, do you interact with other people whether it's not your target language? Do you interact with people in your native language? Because that part is fundamental, not dependent on the language itself. It's dependent on emotional intelligence and the ability to resonate with another human being. So whenever someone says I couldn't find anyone to talk to. Now, it is a two-body problem. However, if you remove yourself from if you're the initiator, it reduces the point of failure, right? I think too often I hear that the point of failure, the person who's willing to use their target language has already determined and set themselves up for failure, in my opinion. This is a little bit of a victim blaming, but not necessarily, because they're scholars. A well-trained person would say, I just get really, really nervous talking to another Japanese person. Dude, you spend 2 or 3 years learning Japanese. Go out there. If not, you can speak to me and tell me things. Spend all your time talking about your Japanese learning experience to another Japanese learner. It'll help them. You'll get used to it, and then go and talk to another person, like a native speaker, about your journey. I'm sure then you can use that to relate and ask them, what was your English learning journey like, right? That's kind of a way to break the ice. And that, to me, if you start, it's easier said than done. It's an emotional journey, right? I say these things like they're very easy. I'm not prescribing them. It's very difficult if you're not emotionally prepared. And that emotional distress and discomfort is largely, in my opinion, contributed to the idea of being inexperienced in talking with people, regardless of the language. So if you're saying you're nervous to speak to a native Japanese speaker, I would say, are you nervous in general? to talk to people. And some people convince themselves, no, they're not. It's like, well, how many friends do you have? Do you talk in public? Do you go to a meet and greet and talk to anyone and not using the target language? And your first response would be, oh no, I'm an introvert. Like, I avoid having conversations in very populated areas. I avoid thinking strange. I have trust issues and stuff. Well, what I would glean from that is I think you have a potentially misunderstanding on how normalized you are with being able to communicate with a stranger. And that is a major barrier when you switch to a target language. That target language escalates and compounds the lack of proficiency that you have. I have no problems admitting that I don't know everything, and I actually use that as an icebreaker a lot of times. Like, sumimasen. How do you eigo onegaishimasu, right? That's how you go about it. Like, I literally can imagine myself saying that right away, right? And you might be thinking, oh, but you'll embarrass yourself. Like, no, because I know that if I make the attempt, it is highly more likely that the other person, due to their my understanding of their culture and how I interact, that they will understand that I'm trying my best, and that's where it all starts, right? It is a natural starting place. So I have no problems saying sumimasen right here and now, and then have like 10 or 15 people say, oh dude, your pitch accent is terrible. It's like, all right, that's fine. You did you know what I said? That's kind of the idea. Like, the difference between someone who is projecting how terrible they should feel or would feel if they screwed up saying sumimasen, and me, I don't feel that. In my opinion, I feel like I'm trying, and it's a great place to start, and it will attract people who want to help me, and I get to choose if I want to interact with them, not the other way around, where you wait for some magical person or wait for the most opportune moment to use your target language. That, in a nutshell, is probably the take-home message. When you're waiting on something when you're waiting to do something, you're waiting to start something, and it's upsetting you that it hasn't started, that is attempting to wait to win the lottery. You're not, in my opinion, one is not being proactive. If it doesn't frustrate you, perfectly all right. You're happy. I'm specifically talking about individuals who have cognitive dissonance, the individuals who are angry that or frustrated that they're not reaching their goals by being passive or not increasing the odds even, right? You can be proactive in increasing the opportunities of things happening. For example, if someone said, oh, I can't meet a lot of other Japanese learners, it's like, it seems like other Japanese learners don't like to interact with me. And then I asked them, do you like anime? It's like, nah, I don't watch kids stuff. Like, anime, I can't take it seriously. Well, you just eliminated a large number of other Japanese learners. It's like, but anime is cringy. I don't want to be a weeb. Like, well, you have to remember that you accept the consequences that you eliminate a large population of people who could be very good friends. You might not even have to like anime. You have to understand and resonate that they enjoy anime, and that could be a way to connect. Who knows? They might even convince you to like anime. Who knows? You might even convince them that, yeah, anime is kind of cringe. That's the idea. So the pool is so limited. The more hardcore you get. Like someone who says, I take Japanese learning super seriously, so I like people who have perfect pitch accent or focus on pitch accent. Well, you just eliminated like 80 70 to 80% of the pool of people you can interact with. Understand that that is part of the reality. It's a step back, taking a bigger perspective. If you feel like no one understands you while your journey in language learning, it can be twofold. You either chose to only interact with a certain number of people, or you limited your pool of resonance to the point where no one can interact with you anymore. So I literally met a person who said, oh yeah, you know, I can't seem to have a relationship with someone because all the relationships I have, people are just obsessed with me. And I'm like, I beg to differ. In my opinion, it's more like you're obsessed with yourself, and the only types of people you attract are those type of people. Like, it's a two-body problem, you know? It's at least two people problem. That's part of interpersonal skills. Communication is a big part of that. How you express yourself, how you negotiate things, how you use your nonverbal communication. That stuff is part of learning a language if you want to use it. I've met people who only want to use Japanese to like consume anime and manga. They're perfectly happy. You know, they enjoy it. It's not my place to say, oh, you could leverage that and do other things with it. I would try to encourage that because it could open new opportunities. However, those who are upset that, you know, luck doesn't seem to find them, are not proactive in increasing the odds. That's one proactive way you can do it. Increase your interest in more things. It increases your odds of serendipitously encounter someone of interest. A personal favorite of mine, I try to increase my various skills and things so then I can bump into people. That's what I mean by I maximize my opportunities. That's a personal favorite of mine. The alternative is to invest yourself into those communities or any community, as challenge yourself to want to do that, and you can proactively affect your outcome. And that's kind of, I would say, 3 or 4 pillars of being an effective communicator. Being able to express yourself not necessarily accurately, but sufficiently, and being able to adapt that sufficiency to many things. I think if you have that skill and you know what I'm talking about, it's largely why I'm not so concerned about eventually learning how to use Japanese or eventually learning how to use Chinese, because it happens. It's actually part of a byproduct of being a communicator. If you communicate and you bump into people and you surround yourself with people that do the same thing and you have no problem relating to them, effectively you're going to learn in that regards. So this stuff that I'm doing with Shashingo and soon to be Duolingo is actually the least interpersonal skills that I've ever used in a very long time. It reminds me when I was a kid. It reminds me when I'm in middle school, high school, early college, where you don't really even need to interact with anyone other than your teacher. Actually, sometimes you don't even interact with your teacher. I'm going to be pretty real about this. I think the most successful students actually end up interacting with their professors by the time they're juniors or seniors, because those classes become very specialized. Before then, there's an apathy to human connection. Humans are the source of your knowledge and information. Humans make and post content on the internet. The content itself does not tell you you've done a good job. The content itself does not give you a connection that involves improving your communication. So, okay, one could argue AI, maybe, I don't know. AI is predicated on human behavior, so it's sampled on human behavior. We'll get into that in the future. Maybe technology will change my mind. But for me, go out there, try to establish, I highly encourage people to establish connections with other people. Your gold standards are not ideals that you can build on. Trying to think that people are going to fit your ideal interaction is someone who has to be very, very okay with being alone and uncompromising, right? If you're thinking to yourself, oh, I'll just wait till Japan to bump into my roommate who happens to love an English lover, who treats you like a non-foreigner, and all those conditions, that's not, to me, that's one of the fundamental fallacies or logical fallacies about developing communication skills. Communication skills involve knowing that the person you're going to talk to will have things you disagree with, things you agree with, weird things and not weird things, etc. And if you have the skills to feel comfortable, like, oh yeah, it doesn't matter who I talk to, I will be able to talk to them. That, to me, if you can say that and do it, I think we're on the same page. Otherwise, I will continue to nonchalantly try my best to get people to feel that way. Because I think that removes the burden of Duolingo. That removes the burden of Anki and constantly looking for tools to postpone talking and enjoying language learning. Like, you want to talk about language learning, not complain about it and wish it was something it's not. For example, wish that learning Japanese took 1 week. Wishing that Japanese is automatic if you move to Japan. It's not. I'm gonna be really, really strong about this. Immersion does not automatically make you intuit a language. I lived in a household for the first 18 years of my life with an exclusive language. That does not make me any more competent than when I started learning how to read Mandarin 100 days ago. So it's an interpersonal thing. And it's also an intrapersonal thing as well. We didn't even get to the yourself situation, your relationship with yourself. This is a combination, right? It's a combination of understanding yourself, what skills you have, and how they frame and interact with other people. Go out there, talk about it. If the first one doesn't work, second one. When you see an opportunity, in my opinion, that someone's like, oh yeah, they're having trouble, go through the effort, right? Like, oh, this person seems like, maybe you can ask them, would they care to talk about it? You never know. And the more you do that, and the more you hear other people talk about that type of thing, it gives you more ideas. You'll be able to intuit it, in my opinion, right? Like, if you hear someone over and over again say these things, you'll get used to also be able to do that. Oh there, Benko, did you rename yourself again? Because that avatar looks very familiar. Okay, all right. Anyways, that's our closing remark for Shashingo for my digression. But yeah, keep on learning, folks. We're gonna change gears. Thank you. I see. You change your name very often. Is there a reason behind why you keep changing your name? I feel like a lot of younger people do that nowadays. Like the flavor of the week kind of thing. Constantly changing their name. Are you exploring something about yourself? Okay, hold on to that thought and write whatever. I'm gonna get up, stretch, do my usual thing before coming back to do my lesson. I'll be back. Thank you. Thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 210 Duolingo Japanese. Once again, Aku desu. Konnichiwa. Minasan, yokoso. Yeah, today's one of the shorter days, of course. It is day 3. Let's get to our recall today as quickly as possible. Let's see. So, Unit 49. Describe your hobbies. Right. So, okay. Yikes. So, 再来週。Sorry, had to go. 電話かける Oops. Oh, wait. That's fine. Tomodachi. Isho. 公園。映画館。映画館。Okay. レストラン。料理。 Sensei. Sensei. Osieru. 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 I keep saying C. Oh, Osieru. Osieru. Have to hear a couple more times. Osieru. I made an error yesterday. We're gonna correct it now. Oh, perhaps also make these guys a little bit bigger in order to accommodate. There we go. I missed that little stroke on top. So, Denshu, Denshu. Gita, Gita, Gita. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get used to that. Just don't say it very often. Maybe I should pick up my guitar. Piano. Piano. Iku. Oh no, I did forget something. Iku. Iku. Oh, I know what it is. This is the one that I have to rely on rote memory, which is why it's quite a bit weak. Hiku. Oh, wait. That was actually... Yeah. Hiku. Weakest one is relying on rote memory. Have no context. Nothing to relate it to at the moment. Okay. So, guitar, piano, hiku, renshu, osieru. So, our words were 一緒、公園、映画館、料理、教える、練習、行く、再来週、開ける。Alright. Unit 48. The heck was Unit 48? I have no idea what Unit 48 is. I'm gonna need some help here. At least a topic. Oh, clothing. It's so nonchalant. Okay. Shiroi. Shiroi. Kurui. Akai. Akai. Aoi. Aoi. Oops. Hiroi. Hiroi. Chairoi. Pink 色。オレンジ色。お帽子。帽子。I got the right side again. But what is the left side? Okay. Kaburu. Kaburu. Shatsu. Zeta. Zeta. どうです。こと。So bad looking. Okay. Oh. Hiru. I'm gonna like squish it. I'm gonna flatten it. Okay. Zubon. Zubon. Antsu. Antsu. Skato. 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 Oh my goodness. I missed that by a large margin. What the heck? Kutsu. 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 Okay. Right. Aku. Arau. No. Son of a bee sting. I'll come back to it. What do we? Atarashi. Atarashi. Yasai. Akai. Nagai. Mijikai. Hoshi. 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 But I just start. Okay. Emotional intelligence. Nugu. Nugu is gonna be tough. No one's hanging up on Nugu. Double checking something. Okay, so that's a good review. Let's get into our lesson now. Personalized practice, which I think is within the kanji units now. Possibly.
すぐに行きます。
Yes, it is.
すぐに行きます。
小学生の時、近くのジムで柔道を習いました。とても楽しかったです。ダニエルさんは小学生の時、スポーツをしましたか？
Oh no, never mind. This goes further back.
すぐにシャワーを浴びてください。すぐ
にシャワーをすぐにシャワーを浴びてください。
浴びてください。
そのバンドの新しいアルバムが買いたいです。
どんなサークルに入りましたか？
どんなサークルに入りましたか？どんなサークルに入りましたか？大学でたくさんの人に会いました。時々壁に絵を描きました。
壁？
スペイン語を習いました。
スペインを習いました。
昨日は何に行きませんでした。学校。昨日は学校に行きませんでした。今日も休みます。友達とよく絵を描きました。
友達とよく。
we could put よく in the front. よく友達と 絵を描きました。
絵を描きました。
ボードゲーム、ボードゲームのサークルに入りました。
サークル。
このバンドの CD と T シャツが買いたいです。
このバンドの CD と T シャツが買いたいです。このバンドの CD と T シャツ。すぐシャワーを浴びてください。すぐにシャワーを浴びてください。
今日の授業を休みます。
今日の授業を休みます。今日の授業。
大学でいろいろな人に会いました。
大学でいろいろな人に会いました。
小さくてかわいいペンが欲しいです。
小さくて
かわいいペンが欲しいです。小さくてかわいいペンが欲しいです。
かわいい what？
小さくて
かわいい
ペン。
ペン。
小さくてかわいいペンが欲しいです。
ペンが欲しいです。
Okay. このホチキスのデザインはいいですね。小さくて便利です。いくらですか
？Good stapler. 何の外はとても寒いですね。部屋の外はとても寒いですね。勉強は大変でした。でも先生は優しかったです。Okay.
先生。
このホチキス Oh my gosh, I can stapler. このホチキス Oh my gosh, ホチキスはかわいい。well, no. かわいい。かわくて安いです。かわいくて。ホキス。Oh my gosh. ホチキス。Why did the staplers have to have such a complicated brand name?
ホチキス。
ホチキス。ホチキス。ホチキス。このホチキスは可愛かってで、可愛くて安いです。可愛くて。専攻は文学でした。毎日、小説を読みました。
小説。
小説を読みました。部屋の外、とても、部屋の外はとても寒いです。寒いでしょ
部屋の
外はとても寒いです。Oh, just okay, fair enough. コンサートが楽しみです。早くてかけたいです。Interesting. Quickly head out.
楽しみ。
Okay. その鉛筆は小さくて可愛いですね。その鉛筆小さくて
は
鉛筆その鉛筆は小さくて可愛いですね。おー、免許
ホチキス。
釣り
ラザニア。
スパイス。Oh no. Occasionally. How do you occasional? たまに。たまに。Okay.
たまに
たまに
体育
の
の授業
を休みました。たまに体育の授業を休みました。Okay. カーテン水泳
シャンプー
Oh my gosh. I was thinking of camping. シャンプー西
勉強。
専攻は文学でした。
専攻は文学でした。
体育は好きでしたか？
体育は好きでしたか？
何時に出かけたいですか？
何時に出かけ何時に出かけたいですか？ で、で、出かけたいです。はい。OK?
全然勉強しませんでした。
全然勉強しませんでした。What?
全然
全然。
勉強しませんでした。
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear excuses.
大学の生活はまあまあでした。友達をたくさん作りました。でもつまらない課題もたくさんありました。
50円引きです。
50円引き
で
です。Wait. Oh, I totally forgot about Biki. Okay. Oh, Biki. Oh, that's gonna... the food is cooked. Tasty. Ooh, what did you have? And I have somewhat successfully animated carrot falling over. Interesting. Like, are we talking about like a carrot rolling off, or like a carrot standing over and then tipping over on like a surface? My carrot looks like a top, but that's fine. Sorry, I just noticed from 13 minutes ago. My bad. 今夜の何もキャンセルします。キャンセル。デート。
200円引きですか
200円
引きですか。
毎日トイレ。毎日バスで学校に行きました。
学校
は楽しかったです。
楽しかった。
ケンさんの成績はいつも良かったです。Good grades. Good grades. 外で飲み物見ましょう。買いましょう。
飲み物
Okay. Okay. Should buy food outside. 外で食べ物を買いましょう。外で
食べ物を買いましょう。
デートをキャンセルします。
デートをキャンセルします。私の大学の生活 生活はまあまあです。
大学
でした。いや、まあまあでした。大学
の
の
生活
生活はまあまあでした。
まあまあでした。
中学生の時成績は良かったですか？
うん。中学生の時、成績は良かったですか？マレーシア、マレーシアの学校。
マレーの学校。
今日は全然家事をしませんでした。
今日は全然家事をしませんでした。家事 chores 家事。今日はませんでした。家事全然。オキドキ。
また来週。
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 Oh, I still forgot to write the grammar points. Man, got distracted. So what were the grammar points? Mo. Mata. Mata is great. I will see them again. Let's do it.
また来週。
公園。よく映画館に行きます。
よく映画館に行きます。
映画館
一緒。
帽子公園
書きました。一緒に行きましょう。
一緒に
行きましょう。
行きましょう。
白い
公園
一緒。黄色い星。この oh no not今週の土曜日公園に行きませんか？
この土曜日公園に行きませんか？
来月また一緒に泳ぎましょ
来月
また一緒に泳ぎましょ
また一緒に
ご一緒
Oh my gosh
ご一緒
来月また一緒に泳ぎましょう。
来月また一緒に泳ぎましょう。
また一緒に泳ぎましょう。That's actually kind of that statement's kind of weird out of context.公園で 母と会いました。ね
公園で母
に
に
yeah, sure. 母に
会いまった。
fair enough.
今週彼と一緒にプールに行きます。
今週彼と今週彼と一緒にプールに行きます。今週Really? Fine. Go down? Oh my. Now you're just being Wait. No, down. Just oh no. Oh no. Hold up. Oh man, English. Why? 今週彼と一緒にプールに行きます。Oh, they wanted that then. Fine. That's fine. 来週彼に会いました。
先週、
先
先週、
You heckin' 先週。
来週、
来週彼に会います。
来週は走りましょうか。
来週は走りましょうか。
一緒に公園に行きませんか？
一緒に公園に行きませんか？一緒に。
来月は映画館に行きましょうか？
来月は映画館に行きましょうか？ Mud Theater。
あそこで会いましょう。
あそこで会いましょう。え再来週。
先来週。
先来週。
再来週。
Interesting.
さあ、泳ぎましょう。
And more watermelon for dessert? Yeah, man, watermelon. Summer. Yeah. Honestly, it's difficult for me to imagine a summer without watermelon. That's like the first thing my father did, got from the produce. When someone rolled around, immediately watermelon. So, in what nature was the carrot falling over, Blair? Was it like standing upright and then it just toppled over, or did it like fall off the table? How doobie does animation?
さあ、泳ぎましょう。
Oh, I forgot about さあ、泳ぎましょう。
泳ぎましょう。
Oh yeah. さあ、また、もう。I think there are two other things. I gotta find them.
靴、電話、一緒、映画館、公園。
先月はあまり泳ぎませんでした。
先月
先月は
はあまり
あまり
泳ぎませんでした。
泳ぎませんたでした。先月はあまり泳ぎませんでした。
先月はあまり泳ぎませんでした。
公演。再来週。
再来週。練習。
練習。
できません。できます。It was standing up. Originally, it was going to be like a whole one going to a cut up. It'd be a whole one going to a cut up in a really cool blip, but I'm not there yet. Let's see. What are you using for the animation, Claire?
先週
先週はたくさん走りました。
たくさん
走りました。
ました
彼はピアノを弾きません。
彼はピアノを弾きません。This is all going to be for the chicken noodle soup video. The effort I go to for stuff, I swear. Wait. The animation? Oh, so you're using Clip Studio and you're doing it frame for frame or something? Dang. I was thinking you might consider using a render. Like a animation render. I did not swim much last month. Frame by frame, huh? Are you animating on 2s? Or are you going the full route and animating on 1s? Doing that sweaty stuff. You know?
先月
はあまり泳ぎません。
泳ぎ
ません。Oh, でした。Past tense. Oops.
今からあなたに電話をかけます。
今からあなたに電話をかけます。Oh my gosh, the week after next. Okay. 再来週も練習しました。
再来週
も練習練習 し let's pack しましょう。
今月日本に来ました。
今月日本に来ました。今週 今週忙しくないです。
今週
今週は
忙しく
忙しくない
な
です。
です。
Oh, I'm not that busy.
あまり
あまり。
さあ、行きましょ
さあ、行きましょう。
お
Oops.
お今
今
か
かららあなたに電話をします。あ、書きます。
かます。
書けます。
今月は忙しくありません。
今月は忙しくありません。You need to tweak your desktop clip studio setting because I think it's going on ones, which is why it looks weird. Oh, because you plan on drawing on twos and your ones are too short? Are you used to drawing on twos and having fewer in-betweens? I totally tried drawing on ones. It took forever. It didn't really take forever. It took double the time. Although it was kind of weird thinking on ones. I do like doing animations on two. It makes it a little swifter.教えます。教えます。
作りました。
公園。
料理。
一緒。作りました。
作りました。弾きません。作りました。教えました。料理。一緒。
料理。
料理。
再来週、今からピアノを教えます。
再来週。
Oh, just actually, 再来週から。I don't need to say 今。再来週からピアノを教えます。教えて。You did I think the last animation you did was on twos. Okay. You did the export on the animation wrong. Yikes. That formatting though. My teacher teaches both piano and guitar. Okay. 私の先生。ピアノもギターも教えます。
私の先生はピアノもギターも
教えます。
教えます。
教えません。
教えません。何
何の料理を作りますか？作りましたか？
何の料理を作りましたか？
料理はあまりしません。
The first export was at 8 frames, not 24. Well, that'll make it weird. I think my timing is off on some of the carrots. Nooming and carrot nooming to lay down. Start both. Oh, sent both into. Oh wow. Zooming. Oh wow, that's zooming. It's a good smear. I see the smear. That's a nice smear. Man, that second one is massively zooming. What the heck? that's some zoom right there. Very nice. Nicely done. 料理はあまりしません。Wait a minute. Okay. I have squashed the whole thing into 12 frames, like back to back. Oh. That carrot was clearly flung on the ground. Yeah. Yeah. Let me take a look at that again. Yeah, it's like being thrown. It definitely looks like it's being thrown. Are you going for like the carrot like just tipping over as opposed to a carrot being thrown, or did you want the carrot being thrown? I had a feeling. I feel like having the carrot like kind of like rotate a little bit to linger and then falling over gracefully is what I imagine when you said a carrot falling over. But that thing looks like it's been chucked. I make something. Nani no nani no
作り
作りましょうか。
ますか。
Oh, wait.
かの
何か作りましょうか。Wait. What is this? Why is this saying another correct? Oh. It's supposed to just like tip over. Oh, I see. Look at this. What are the chances? So in this exercise, yeah, like if you could have the carrot just spin a little, right? So you have it hang, and you can increase the latency, make it like slow, and then when it falls, you can like reduce the in-betweens, and then it'll just fall quicker. Need to work on your shapes being more bendy. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, understandable. Look at this. There's a coincidence here. I was like, what the heck is going on? Why is there another correct answer? And they wanted the hirakana, but by sheer coincidence, the kanji was available for skurimasu or skuru. So here's skuri, and they're saying this is the answer they were looking for. And I'm like, what the? Usually when you keyboard type, this comes up. This happens very often because you would go with a kanji if you can. However, this actually happened in a word bank. What did Kawinki think?
何の料理を作りましたか？
何の
何の料理を作りまし
Yeah,
た
I keep
か？
forgetting it's 何の料理を作りましたか？作りましたか？
週末友達と料理します。
週末友達と料理します。It's a unit that had the hiragana, I think. Oh no, it's not, actually. Actually. Hold up. Hold up. Skuru. Hold. Hold. Nah. No dice. There's no specific use case where they would default back to the kana. Stranger things may have happened, but you know. 友達と料理します。no, 週末。
再来週からピアノを教えます。
再来週からピアノを教えます。Alright. Trophy.
今月
Alright, 今月。
映画館。
今週
昨日はたくさんギターを弾きました。
昨日はたくさんギターを弾きました。
弾きました。
Okay.
来週。
先月はあまり泳ぎませんでした。
先月はあまり泳ぎませんでした。
泳ぎませんでした。
行きません。
再来週。練習。電話。一緒。
2時頃に会いましょう。12時。12時
頃に会いましょう。
公園。再来週。練習。弾きません。一緒。
先週はたくさん走りました。
先週はたくさん走りました。先週。今日の料理、卵を使います。wait. 今日の料理に卵no は今日の料理は卵を使います。には
彼女と一緒に公園を散歩します。
彼女と一緒に公園を散歩します。
電話
what?
電話今から
今からあなたに電話をかけます。
ます。再来週も練習しましょう。
再来週も練習しましょう。Oh no, I'm getting used to. Oh no, I'm getting used to thinking the week after next too. Oh no. Sooner or later that's gonna come out of my mouth in English and we're like, wait, what? Like, you know, the week after next too. Are you what, mate? The week after the next. After next. And swim together again next month. Okay.
来月
来月に No, I don't want that. 来月一緒に泳ぎましたの泳ぎましょうまた again また oh yeah またですよ Alright, let's finish up these exercises and then we're gonna switch gears. 料理
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 Okay, that I didn't do. That was like a pen double tap. But alright.
料理
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 Oh, I see. Right.
料理
They swapped up the stroke order.
料理
料理
Not for Japanese, but
料理
between Chinese and Japanese. At least I think. The left radical.
料理
Interesting
料理
that there are no
Ryori.
exercises at the moment
料理料理
that
Ryori.
overlap with these characters.
料理
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 Hey. Oh gosh. I was too impatient.
料理
Wasn't reading. Oh my gosh.
料理
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 Stroke
Ryori.
order.
料理
Stroke order, conflict of interest.
料理
料理料理
料理
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 料理料理
料理
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 Three more.
料理
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 料理料理
料理
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 料理料理
料理
Oops.
料理
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 え
料理
That is a good reinforcement of stroke order on this
Ryori.
character, though.
料理
料理
This one.
料理料理
I definitely do not write in that order.
料理
料理
Largely
料理
due to the Chinese side of things.
料理
Alright. That's a wrap for Japanese. Discuss weather again. Ooh, we're getting back to weather. Kind of curious. Alright. Alright, that's a wrap for Japanese today. Heading right off. We gotta get moving. Get moving. Sleep a little bit earlier today. That bed is screaming my name. I have errands to run tomorrow. I have to do a family about with the family thing. Can't let it go too long. Our reviews are behind us, so I have at least another 40 days to prepare for this one. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for Japanese. Business as usual. Nothing to really highlight here. Keep on going, you know, consistency. I'm trying to think of new ways to lead in on stuff. I think day ones are becoming really, really fun. Now I need to find how to make day twos and day threes a little interesting at the end of the day, you know, kind of like reinforce and embellish. Because I'm getting way too because since we moved to the 3-day cycle as opposed to a 2-day cycle, it's become very streamlined. Day 2 and day 3 has become very streamlined, so we have like room to do some additional activities to reinforce stuff. So I'm gonna have to be a little clever. Maybe I'll come up with something within the next 40 days to experiment. Until then, for all the Japanese learners out there, thank you for hanging out, chilling. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Until then, mata ne, ya ne. And gonna get up, stretch, walk around before we start Chinese. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back. It is day 106 with Duolingo Chinese. 欢迎大家好. Welcome, welcome. We completed our review yesterday. Went pretty well. Had a bit of digression at the end. Was able to reflect on some experiences, talk about things being a little bit more transparent about the whole experience involved in publicly learning a language in any way, right? So here's that. It'll be uploaded soon enough. So with the review behind us, we're gonna go right into our lesson. No recalls, right? We'll try to create and construct and organize the information. That's where on day 1. Okay. Describe health issues. Let's go jump into this guidebook. I am sick today. 我今天 something something 了. Maybe 我今天 no. No. I don't remember this character as well. This one's definitely new.
我今天生病了。
Oh, 生病了. Okay. 生病了.
我今天生病了。
生病了. Bing. Okay. That sounds familiar. I'm not sure. 生病了. Yeah, 生病了. You should go to the doctor. 你 should. 你 something something. Actually, oh no. That's a different variant. But it could be 可. It still could be 可. 你 something 可 like 可去看医生. This one doesn't look like anything that I could relate.
你应该去看医生。
Oh, guy. Oh my gosh.
你应该去看医生。
你应该去看医生。应该 Wow, that actually sounds very Cantonese. 应该你应该去看医生。He has a headache and he needs to rest. 他的头 maybe 他的头很痛 maybe 很痛 and he needs to rest. 需要 T and then that's different. There's an extra stroke there. T something.
他的头很疼，需要休息。
疼 I was using Fujianese, but 他们头 okay. 他们头很
他的头很疼，需要休息。
他们头很疼，需要 what?
他的头很疼，需要休息。
休息 Oh, it's still she. Okay. 休息
他的头很疼，需要休息。
休息 Oh, wait. No, I'm thinking of something else. I was thinking this. It's a one stroke difference. Yeah.
他的头很疼，需要休息。
休息 might be C, like this C. He caught a cold last week. Ooh, so there are a lot of new characters. Nice. Last week. 上星期 Oh, interesting. So they didn't. You don't need to do Shanga. Like Shanga Xingqi. They're just going straight in by. So just Shang Xingqi. Shang Xingqi. Wait. I've seen that before. But not. Oh. This is I've seen that before in Japanese, so it's in Kanko Teki. What? Okay, and don't have that.
上星期他感冒了。
感冒了。
上星期他感冒了。
感冒了。Interesting. This one looks weird, so I'm imagining it's simplified in some way, maybe. Do you need to take medicine? 你需要吃 Don't recognize that either.
你需要吃药吗？
药吗? Oh, 药. That's right, 药. Okay. Love for change in situation. Oh. We've already learned how to talk about completed actions with la. For example, yeah. Ta, le, cafe. And to use la with tai. Yeah, to say very so or to, like I said, yeah. Tai gui la. You can also place la at the end of a sentence to show that there's a change in the situation. For example, you might use la to say I'm sick today because you weren't sick earlier, or to say she got off work because she was still at work until you just a few hours ago. I see. 我今天生病了。
我今天生病了。
我今天生病了。我感冒了。
我感冒了。
Yeah, 我感冒了。他下班了。
他下班了。
Oh, okay. Alright. 感冒了。生病了。Alright. 5 lessons. It's on the longer side. 该来去速 yeah, like 高速高 like 高速
你应该回家。
你 oh yeah, that's day one. 你应该回家。你应该回家。Okay. 你应该回家。
我觉得不舒服。
我觉得不舒服。Oh, am I finally gonna get 舒服? We didn't get the 舒 the first time around. 我觉得不舒服。我觉得 and then 觉 is missing still too.
我想休息一下。
我想休息一下 to rest, to take a break. 休息休息 休息一下。Oh,
息
that she. Okay. 休息一下。Oh, interesting. They just combined it. 休息一下. I interpret it as I would like to take a momentary break. Like I would like to rest a bit, as opposed to combining and say a break, which a break is moment. 休息一下.
息
Yeah, they're kind of like absorbing the 一下。
你应该回家休息。
你应该回家休息。你应该回家休息。
你
应该。That sounds so Cantonese. 应该。你应该回家休息。
住在这里很舒服。
住在这里很舒服。住在这里住在这里很舒服。Living here is nice. That's just comfortable.
我觉得头疼。
我觉得头疼。头疼。头疼。我觉得头疼。I feel like I have a headache. Yeah, that's actually a lot better than how I imagine it. All that really actually says is I feel headache. I was gonna go with I feel a headache as opposed to I feel like I have a headache. I mean, that's fair enough.
昨天晚上我的头很疼。
昨天晚上我觉得 Wait, what?
昨天晚上我的头很疼。
我的头很疼。对，很疼。OK， 昨天晚上，我的头很疼。很疼。Oh my gosh，
他的头很疼，需要休息。
他的头很疼，需要休息。休息。Yeah.
他的肚子很疼，我不知道他吃了什么。
肚子 stomach， 肚子。And then the le is for the past tense. Oh, or is it saying no? That's just for past tense. Not saying a change of state. 他的肚子很疼，很疼。我不知道他吃了什么。His stomach hurts. I don't know what he ate. 他的his stomach. Wait.
我今天生病了。
我今天生病了。生病了。Oh my gosh. Please.
生病。
Oh, I do know Xiang. What am I doing? Like Yisheng and Yisheng and 大学生 or 学生. Such a pep. I don't know why I blocked out on Sheng. She's sick. She's sleeping in the room. 她生病了。她生病了。她在房间睡觉。
她
生病。她生病了。Oh, do I not have to say 她 again? Okay. 她生病了，在房间里，在房间里睡觉。我的女儿 same phrase? Or actually 我的女儿觉得不好，不太好。Where are we going with this? Not feeling so well. 舒服了 No, 不太舒服. Oh my gosh, there's so many ways to say it. Okay. It's fine. Like, they all make sense. I'm just not... It's very unclear where they're going with. They're going with many ways to say this. So, this one is, probably 不太舒服了. 舒服了 Maybe. Oh, hang on. hang on. 我的女儿觉得不太 Yeah, 不太舒服. I'll just 不太舒服 without the 了. Right? Yeah. This one I'm also familiar with. 不太舒服, like not feeling so well. More like not very comfortable. Like I'm not feeling very comfortable right now, or I'm coming down with something. 不太舒服. I think. Pretty sure. That's 2 or 3 different ways of saying I'm not doing so hot. And there's classic one. There are other ways already, like 我觉得一点like 一点不好. Like I'm not doing, like I feel not so great. Like a bit not so great. I am sick today. 我生病了。Wait, I am sick today? Oh, 我今天生病了。定 Okay. 来定后Guy reminds me of the guy didn't come up yet. I don't know if it's in Mandarin or not, but guy is also chicken, as far as I remember. But I think that's Canto. It's Cantonese. Guy, but I don't know yet. And guy can also, no, that might be gay. Oh no, that could be gay, as in street. I don't know yet.
Lang.
Okay.
Ding.
Okay. Yao. I always thought this as whenever my parents or stuff said yao, like 你 吃药吗 right 你需要吃药吗 I always think they're talking about do you need some liquid like yeah like a oil or something but I guess it means medicine so it's the same difference though every time this comes up it's like oh it's a medicine but what I think about is I think about like a cough medicine so like a syrup so every time I hear this yao I start thinking about syrup all right it's a very classic it's like a black bottle it's a black bottle it's largely like honey and some like expectorant or like something that soothes the it probably has menthol and stuff in it I always thought of it as like a black oil or black syrup like a molasses
足球
what are we doing
药
yo
你是要吃药吗？
yeah 你需要吃药吗 the two yaos next to each other 你需要吃药吗 identical in sound
别看，
oh 别看 don't look 别看别
别，
我今天要请假。
我今天要请假 oh that looks weird 请假 take off 请假 as in like I gotta book it or something I need to take off today wait a day off okay I see I need to take a day off today yeah 请假请假请假请假 You heckin' English oh my gosh
你一定要帮我。
你一定要帮我一定definitely you must help me yeah you must help me 你一定 oh that's where the ding comes from 你一定要帮你一定要帮我你一定要帮我你一定要帮我
你一定要回家休息一下。
Oh, there's Sub-Zero. What the heck? Are you getting up for class? Freaking 3 a.m. Sub-Zero. What the heck? Some days that waving emote, I can't possibly imagine you that excited and exuberant at 3 a.m. in the morning.
你一定要回家休息一下。
你一定要回家休息一下。Oh, and I can totally say these things to others. 休息一下。Oh, no classes? Wait, you don't have classes today? What the heck? Are you just up because you're sobering up from Wukong ending or something? I'm just saying. Did you complete Black Myth yet? Here he is. I did check some of it. I think the most surprising thing is how PowerPoints haven't changed at all. And also that you guys use Blackboard. Which is funny because when I went to college, Blackboard was still a thing. It was like a new thing when I was in college. And you guys still use Blackboard. I figured that would be like something of an old thing now. Because Blackboard is still going strong. Oh, the prof called off. It's a very introductory. You know? Those are some really introductory sparse PowerPoints. Does remind me of good old college though. I suppose formal education hasn't changed that much, huh? 你一定要回家休息一下。
别说英语。
别说英语。Oh, do not speak English.
我的哥哥发烧。
我的哥哥发烧。Oh, fever. 发烧. Interesting. That character looks interesting. What the heck is going on there?
烧。
Yeah, you're actually used to Canvas from your previous uni. Blackboard is new to you. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm more used to hearing people say Canvas. Actually, that's the irony, I suppose, or that's the coincidence. I'm more used to people saying Canvas these days. But Blackboard is old school. Like, Blackboard is 20 years old. Like, almost 20 years old. I still remember the early days of Blackboard. 我的哥哥发烧。
你会留在这里吗？
你会留在这里吗？留 stay? Liu? Oh, why is it that character?
Liu?
Oh my gosh, why did they use that character? Oh no. Okay, I'm just kidding. You thought Blackboard was a new thing? Nah. It sure looks newer than Canvas. I mean, they probably improved it, you know what I mean? They probably improved it at this thing. I don't know if Canvas existed back then. Blackboard existed when I was in college, so that's a deep cut right there. Hang on. Canvas. Yeah, it's only 2008. Wait. Yeah, Canvas was a little after Blackboard. Wait, no, actually. Oh yeah, no contest. No contest. Actually, Blackboard was around well before I was in college. I think my college was still kind of like using it already. But yeah, Blackboard was well before. It was established like... I'm not sure about the Blackboard, like the actual thing. But yeah, Blackboard has 10 years on Canvas. Yeah, I was still in high school when Blackboard was around. Although it was kind of a newish thing when at the college. It was kind of newish. I figure Blackboard changed by now, so maybe. That makes sense anyways. This uni is known for being very old school in different ways too. You hate it? That sounds like a charming place. Don't hate. Make love, you know? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm sure it has its charm, you know? 你会流? Oh my gosh. I don't think of Liu when I see that. How am I gonna do this? 你会留在这里吗? Did you guys have It's Learning? What the heck is that? It's Learning? What is that?
我明天想留在家工作。
我明天在这里。等会。
我明天想留在家工作。
哦，我明天想留在家工作。Okay. Tomorrow I would like to stay home to work. 我明天想留在家工作。Oh, this is where pinyin makes it harder for me to know what that sounds like. Because when I look at Liu right there, it doesn't sound like, or it doesn't look like Liu. That's what you had in middle school and high school. Not sure if it's an international thing or not. Oh, It's Learning. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I think kids these days, what do they do now? I should ask some of the folks around. What do they use? What did I use in graduate school? Oh, in graduate school, it's like all notes all hands on deck. I don't think we were using any type of server-based thing. Yeah, I can't remember any server-based thing. Go out. It was au natural. Come to class ready to take notes. Oh, they just print them out. Like you just print them out. Like you print it and then you get handed the PowerPoint slides as you enter class. Even old school, you get handed the pieces of paper that ye carbon and you write on them, and that's it. Old school.
我明天想留在家工作。
我明天想留在家工作。There was another thing that my Python class used though. I don't know what it is. It's kind of server based too, and it's kind of a Discord like thing. And I don't know what it's called. But I did remember submitting projects and stuff through something. It wasn't Blackboard though, and it wasn't Canvas. I don't know what it was though. There are some other competing products. That was part of the engineering department though. I like the computer science engineering department. I have no idea. I only went to one class, and that was the Python class.
你有没有发烧？
你有没有？哦，你有没有？哦，ooh，哦，你有没有？ Oh man, that's a grammar point. 你有没有发烧？ This is probably a controversial take, but in my opinion, teachers who swear on effective learning should make it mandatory to write notes in class digitally so that it actually gets published on Blackboard afterward. Swear on effective learning should make it mandatory to write notes in class digitally so that it actually gets published on Blackboard. Because what's really frustrating are teachers who gatekeep their notes that they write on the board and it doesn't get published after class. That is a very controversial take. My only comment here about what makes it a very, very controversial is that, so you're saying that the teacher needs to do more work so that you do less work, and that somehow helps you remember the stuff. I probably would say in reality, if the teacher digitally wrote everything and uploaded the notes onto Blackboard, the student's performance would go down. If I had to take a guess. The reality is that on average, the student's performance will go down because they have to do less. It's kind of the effect of the internet age. So another controversial hot take. I will contribute my hot take. Due to the convenience of technology, less is being used and done for the student. So the students that I found most effective and most successful are the ones that actively take notes, as opposed to the students that don't. Now, there's a caveat to this. There are students who use those notes before in advance, right? And then come to class prepared to take even more ideas and stuff. So students who read notes in advance are not the same as students who want the notes after a class. So I do believe in compromise. So I upload my notes in advance of a class. Is it really that much more work though? And it's not really to make it so that students can slack and not take notes, but I feel like a lot of students relate to learning more in class by listening and looking at notes after class. A lot of peers find it really hard to copy the board while learning simultaneously. So that's two separate issues. Learning and seeing the notes and coming prepared to class is very incredibly beneficial. Listening and learning and then expecting the notes to happen after class, that actually reinforces complacency. So I would disagree with you incredibly a lot, that if you knew you would have notes after class, that would make the student body even more complacent, because you know that you have a safety net. Not only do they not come to class and listen more intently in class, they don't have any obligation or incentive to have to listen because the notes are available after class. So the order of operation does matter quite a lot. The students that are most successful with notes that are provided by the teacher are the students who study the notes and come prepared for class. But how do they prepare for the class if there are no notes beforehand either though? So that is what I agree with you. Like, the compromise here is students that go out of their way to study for class before coming to class. And that's usually any class. If you have a class and the professor says there's going to be a quiz at the beginning of every class, those are the classes. If there are no notes, you make the notes. They give you the PowerPoint and you have to expand upon those notes. So you still have to input even more if they don't provide any notes. And that input increases your odds of success. Obviously, your grades might not reflect that, but the examination itself will reflect the baseline of what is required. So if you are taking notes where there are no notes, you will perform better than the ones that don't. However, since it sounds like your class has no form of pre-class evaluation, you are expecting conveniences where it prepares you for something downstream. But that's expecting that all those conveniences don't make you procrastinate and not do any work by the time that comes. I actually found that, in my opinion, that by experience, the more you end up doing for the class, the kids, the less and less likely they use those resources until it's too late. So it's a balance. I totally agree with you. And I think the onus is both on the students and the teacher to encourage each other, to stimulate each other's engagement. So the teacher may provide an incentive to prepare for class. For example, okay, there's going to be a quiz. At the beginning of each class, there's also an opportunity for extra credit on the quiz. Now, I'll give you my notes, but the extra credit questions are things that are related to the notes, but not in the notes. That's probably my compromise. So then it would incentivize the students to use the notes that are available to them while having the opportunity to actively do more than the notes provided. And then when they come to class, they are prepared for class, so they listen instead of taking notes during the class, of which I will still be doing the notes, as in I will still take time to write separate notes and stuff. And they are welcome to either use the notes I've uploaded beforehand or use and take additional notes. And that's kind of the classroom format that I've grew up in. So I'm a little biased. So you get notes beforehand, but the notes in class are slightly different from the notes beforehand. So both the teacher is still investing more into the class, trying to engage the classroom because their notes are slightly different from the notes that are already uploaded. The idea is that if you're not doing anything in either direction, my experience is students become complacent. The most engaged students, like if you're a very engaged student, then you may not necessarily relate to the situation I'm talking about. However, I do find that for every one very studious student who still continues to take notes or do things or do whatever, even if the notes are there or not there, there are far more students who, if they know there's a safety net before and after, they do less until they have to. And usually they perform consistently lower, in my opinion, than the others. So it's a give or take. I totally see how you can probably leverage that. Thinking about it from the perspective of, what about all your classmates? Do you never imagine that your classmates would be like, oh, I mean, it doesn't really matter if I listen during class. All the notes are going to be available anyways. And then it's like, oh, I don't even have to listen to class. I already have the notes beforehand. That has happened. I think that's more the social norm. That's the internet culture. That is being the internet. Like, I won't use a classroom environment. Let's use a different one, a hypothetical situation. Someone researched how they say you have a fever, right? You're feeling under the weather. You spent 16 hours researching online about any inclination that you're going to be sick, right? Like, what are you sick? Then you call the doctor, you visit the doctor, and you get angry at the doctor because you already checked all those things. And the doctor is going to go through their routine and say, well, have you tried this? Have you tried this? And then the person continues to explain everything they know instead of listening to the doctor. And then they leave complaining that they already know everything, so the doctor was a waste of time. That is the situation, in my opinion, would happen in a classroom like that. And the only reason I kind of know this is still going on is that online courses with full availability of the seminars recorded and all the notes available in advance, those students perform worse, actually. A lot worse than having to pay attention and interact with the teacher. In fact, I would probably trust that a student who asks me to repeat something just to clarify is more likely to be like a more higher performer than someone that sits there and looks at their phone and say, well, I don't have to worry because I already studied beforehand, I already saw the notes, and even if I don't know it then, I'll have the notes after. Me, I did have a couple professors that provided all the notes. I still took notes. Like, it often did not take a chance, like it didn't take away from my need to take notes. And at the same time, I realized that I didn't actually use the notes that were provided beforehand after I took my own notes. I preferred my own notes over the notes beforehand because my own notes end up being more valuable and useful. With that said, if you have an attention deficit and you have like problems juggling all these things, it can be very helpful. And so it's not an all sides fits all kind of thing. I think to me, I will still provide the note. So I still agree with you in the long run that having all the notes is still a thing. Whether it will lead to a performance, like gatekeeping, that kind of thing, like it leads to a performance increase, I'm actually going to say that the students that are already successful, who are going to apply themselves, will be even more higher performing. Like they will most definitely perform better. And a large majority of students will be more complacent. As in the students that are already not going to do anything, they're going to not do anything. And that sucks about school, because remember that a teacher is not paid to teach one student. They have to somehow standardize it. So I'm not saying your professor thought of all of this or the school system thought all of this. And this is the stuff that I think about every day when I was trying to be a teacher. Like I always thought about how can you help. Like you have to treat all the classroom entirely equally, right? But at the same time, how do you nudge the students that are so promising, but they're not like motivated to do anything, right? All the students in your class have, at least in my opinion, all the students in my class have an opportunity to excel at this thing. The problem is you don't have the ability to like segregate them. That would be unethical, by the way. There would be a lot of ethical concerns, how you would like segregate the student body in your class, and it doubles and triples the effort. And sometimes you might neglect one or the other. And honestly, I do neglect the students that are doing well a lot of times, because they tend to be doing well, regardless of what I do. However, at the same time, it does mean that they don't get extra advantages. And if you're a student in that position, it will feel like that. It will tend to feel like that. If you're someone who's applying, and my encouragement, I actually talked to a couple students like online when I was language learning. My general advice sometimes is do more than that. Then like do more, like try to do more. Unfortunately, you have to farm the professor. The professor is the person that will give you a wild card. It will create more range. However, if you see that all your other classmates are struggling, you could also use it as an opportunity to network and bolster your influence, right? So during classes on which you might be ahead and you're applying yourself, I go the extra yard, or I try to go the extra yard. I was a really complacent student when I was in college. Like I could have done way more than I could, but I took that time to basically do more for the others, or like share with the others. And that deals with probably what Durian's is saying. Was it not a thing for students to share and swap notes? And yeah, so in my time it was. So the students that excel tend to be the students that are able to share, while the students that are trouble, they tend to raise issues that the students that do well are not aware of. Yeah, I 100% agree with it's possibly causing there to be less students showing up. From my point of view, I think it still benefits engaging students, though I could see it perhaps negatively affecting people who don't have the discipline because they won't be forced to get the curriculum in through class in the same way. Yeah, I can say for me it definitely affects me. I never did too good in high school because of this reason, but I did a lot better after uni when it was a standard thing to post notes. Interesting. It was in high school, but I didn't want to be the guy constantly asking for uni is not really a thing here. Interesting. It was the reverse in for me. In college and university, it's more likely, at least from my experience, you're more likely to collaborate on ideas because answers become more and more nebulous. So having different perspectives, like study groups and exchange, even your senior class, like it's very, I'm not saying it's there, but in my time, it's very common for upperclassmen and previous students, like the ones ahead of you, to impart notes and preparation and tools after the fact. So like underclassmen get the advantage as well of helpful upperclassmen. So it tends to end up being more of a communal thing. You find it mostly frustrating for math heavy courses? This one in particular. I'm note-taking. Your note-taking has literally 0 math solving examples online. Wait. The one that you're particularly taking has literally 0 math solving examples online. Instead, it's all keywords with no context. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So shorthand. Lots of shorthand stuff. If I try to follow along with writing during class, then I can't focus as well and comprehend. Yeah, that's fair. In your uni, the culture was generally very collaborative within and across year groups, and most people share in love for, but it did also depend on the specific. 1 or 2 majors tended to be more cutthroat. Yeah. In my class, it was very common. In fact, I would be a little worried if you didn't ask for help or notes. I actually spent my roommates and my best friends and I, we took separate turns helping classmates. So the ones that are ahead, even in the same grade or in a previous grade, it is very customary for either an underclassman to approach an upperclassman for notes and stuff, or if we took classes in different times at different times to share notes across the class. So that's kind of a very different environment. So the conversation that we're having here is more from the perspective of when you have safety nets, right? And it sucks because there's a bottom line. If you're having problems keeping up, right, like focus and whatnot, to me, my first goal would be to approach the professor. And you might be calling it a special treatment or something, but generally speaking, I probably approach the professor and see what they think. There were times in which the professor actually changed the way they introduce notes and stuff due to the initiative of a concerned student or a student that's struggling. So oftentimes, or a convenience or what have you. But I don't know how big your university is. I ultimately went to smaller universities, graduate schools and stuff. So ultimately when feedback is brought up, if it alleviates, if the professor agrees, it alleviates the inconvenience for everyone. Oftentimes, like there was one time that very thing came up where like, hey, is it possible that you upload the PowerPoints before class so that all of us could have our notes ready to, or be prepped to be taking notes, right? So that did happen in some of the classes. I went to a liberal arts college, and I also went to a liberal arts graduate school. So a lot of times the professor is the gateway to doing things. And yeah, I get what you mean by gatekeeping their notes, but I don't exactly necessarily think they would gatekeep intentionally to make it more inconvenient for them. I'm not sure how Norway does professor evaluations, but for myself, if your class performs poorly, then your job security is pretty. No, I have met. No, what I mean is, I know you might not think it, but it is possible that someone is intentionally gatekeeping for the very argument that I was supporting, where I did step into class where the professor says, okay, we're not using any electronic. This is ye old good chalkboard. Get your pencils out. No electronic devices. We're doing this old school. Legitimately gatekeeping. Now, the thing is, the intent is not malicious. The intent is this is how they want to engage the student. I'm doing a chalk talk. You guys have to get used to doing a chalk talk, because part of the curriculum or part of being successful is being able to follow something on a chalkboard during the semester. So like one of the skills is to follow the notes without prior notes, like, so that, like, thinking on your feet and stuff. So when you're thinking about it from that perspective, I don't know what your intent of your professor was. However, there is a rhyme and reason for not black and white situations. And basically, I'm offering other things to consider. There are professors who choose not to upload their notes before or after class for the very intent purpose of pre-selecting for skills and aptitude and problem solving that is necessary for the future, or what they believe is the future of what you're used to, right? For example, if you go to a seminar about a very specific topic at a conference, and you go there and you're expecting that they give you all their notes and then disclose all the proprietary things and then give you after the notes without having to meet them and talk to them and then frame your own questions and your own notes, then that, if you do that in school, you're going to expect that in professional careers, and that doesn't happen. You're not going to get that. If you're not able to form questions and take notes and form questions around the notes that you have taken that has gaps and stuff, it will be very rare when you go to like a conference at a seminar to have the skills necessary to get information from those conferences. Like if you sit at a seminar at like a, I don't know, an engineering convention or a computer convention and conference, you're not going to get comprehensive notes. There's a big caveat. In that situation, there's a chance you already learned all the foundations and knowledge and stuff, and that's good. And you might need the notes now in your school and college, because that might be how you get to that point. Generally speaking, though, when you go to conferences and when you're doing like work professionally, all the stuff that you have conveniences now in college, they don't prepare you for professional occupations. It's one of those things like, yeah, I kind of get what I'm actually quite literally referring to a professor, one or two professors that I had, that I get what they wanted to do or forced me to do, and I spent that class trying to do it, and I performed poorly. And it was made pretty obvious that I was insufficient in the way I was processing things. I wanted things to be more explicit. I wanted things, so that class kind of wrecked me pretty hard. I know I'm not like I'm avoiding obviously names and stuff, but that I was really humbled by how ineffective my ability to juggle complex topics while not being prepared, right? Or not being able to be prepared. I'm usually prepared for my classes, and this particular class did not have that, and I was pretty bad. So I'm not trying to defend anything. It's just different like perspectives on it. So you could use it as an opportunity to find how you would solve this problem. You could also like there's a chance you can approach your professor and ask, right? Sometimes I ask my professor, here's one thing that I've asked, and I love this, and I got spoiled, by the way. I had such a great college experience in my life. Not like graduate school was different, but in college I had such wonderful professors that when I have a problem, I know I can approach them, and they would spend the time to like negotiate and compromise on the problem. And that in a way is kind of a gray area, in a sense that, well, if you go out of your way to invest extra time, one should expect that extra effort would be rewarded with performance. The problem with that is it also lends to the problem of special treatment. And it is possible, depending on the institution you're in, right? Whatever bylaws and stuff. In my education in college, my college happens to be individualized. So I took advantage of that. Some might even say I most definitely knew how to take advantage of it because it was very helpful. When I got to graduate school, though, that was not as available. And there were places that I struggled, and there were places that I didn't struggle. And hence, I had to learn and problem solve how to get used to that. It's not excusing other potential routes of working, like convenience and what, but that's kind of how that works, at least in my opinion. This class in particular is pretty big. Okay, so you've heard a lot of people with the same complaint. Not sure if anyone has brought it up to the professor, though. You have to be a leader. It's up to you. That's fair, but I mean, I'm not at that point where I wouldn't be able to follow along for a seminar. Learning shouldn't be made more inconvenient. Well, learning shouldn't be made more inconvenient by you and the people you've confirmed that has the same complaint. However, learning shouldn't be more convenient, but it shouldn't be done for you. So what I mean by that is, if you think it's being more inconvenient, why aren't you doing anything about it? I want to be able to look back at good notes from 3 months back and extract that information quickly. If you didn't take that notes, the way you look back on it is probably less efficient. However, that's a different story. No notes is most definitely not as great as having some notes, for sure. I think a lot of people can relate to taking the so-called keyword notes during class, but then it's hard to decode what you wrote 3 months later. It's largely because you have under-practiced skills in note-taking, in my opinion. That, on the other hand, is not something that's internal, in my opinion. That's a note-taking skill check. It's kind of like when I was demonstrating about my shorthand on Duolingo, right? When I'm learning language. My shorthand may not be effective for a lot of people, and note sharing kind of helps with how to effectively do note taking in different ways. However, that also applies to the professor's notes. So if you want the professor's notes, what happens if that person said, "This is how I take my notes"? Would you be satisfied with that? No, I would think most of the student body would say, no, it's even less helpful than that. So you don't know the possibilities. You're weighing and convinced that it is a positive, a win-win situation. However, I did have found that not only can a notes from a professor's perspective, like their shorthand and stuff, can be a detraction, it can also lead students astray and delay their understanding. So there's more than just only sunshine and rainbows. However, with that said, if you're struggling and you have no notes, I guess some notes is more likely to be beneficial than no notes. Much like you're saying that students take notes and they look back and they're garbage or they don't help, that's a student issue, in my opinion. However, that is also true for the professor's notes. There were a couple classes where the students spent more time asking the professor to explain the professor's notes than having the professor teach the seminar in the first place, because the professor would probably have some sort of shorthand notes too. Now, if you had a superhero of a professor, somehow that professor would have the skills and ability to take notes in a way that appeals to all your classmates with different learning predilections. So you would hope that this professor had the skills to take notes in a format that is good for you and pretty much every variant of you in the class, which is incredibly unrealistic. And also, it would imply that your professor is a superhero, because I don't think I can't even do that while streaming Duolingo. Like right now, whatever I'm saying doesn't appeal to a lot of people, right? So even my shorthand would consider as something that's not useful for most people. I still use my professor's notes from BS from 2 years ago, and that professor happens to resonate with you, right? Their professor happens to be the one. Now the question is, what happens when the professor doesn't do that? Have you developed, this is a little bit of a victim blame, so I'm sorry about this, but it's one thing that I like to say for myself, like, if you do not have the skills or the critical thinking necessary to circumvent this, I think, generally speaking, if I were some sort of professional academic advisor, which I am not, I would approach the professor, right? If it even remotely has a chance to lead to some sort of special treatment or an acknowledgement of your efforts, passively expecting things is a form of entitlement, not a form of constructive criticism. So what I mean is, it leads to that idea where you hope that your professor can read your mind and then read the minds of hundreds of the students, like however many students are in the class, yet you could end up having a relationship, like a professional relationship with the professor, which turns out to be something more than that starts with notes. And that's kind of how I would go about that, right? If it's not going to change, I guess it's time for you to change it or attempt to change it. I don't want to, no pressure, I don't want to put the onus on you. I often think though, the student that makes the move is also the future leader and like successful potential professor to be, right? Or usually the people who are successful and leaders, they tend not to be. That's kind of a deep cut. But yeah, unfortunate to I'm sorry to hear a little bit that this professor isn't providing the notes that happen to line up with your preferences. I got humbled multiple times. Not that it is the same exact situation, but I can most definitely say that the classes I struggle with the most are largely why I have this a lot to say about this situation now. I totally agree with you that going into like graduate school, I kind of expected the same thing. In fact, it was very comforting when I saw like, oh, okay, do you think these professors are gonna hand out this thing? I remember having this exact conversation multiple times with my classmates. Like, oh yeah, you know, this professor, he just likes writing on the board, and all his like shorthand, it's so illegible. And there were lots of conversations with that, and I most definitely struggled when that was not. That also means that during my class, all my notes are typed. Like, so when I, because of my experiences, right, I did just that. I provided the notes in outline form, right, in outline form. I still spend most of my time though on the board, like writing things out, like review. I wasn't a formal professor, by the way, just a teaching assistant, right? Like for like review situations, you know, review office hour reviews. All the students have all the notes, all their PowerPoints. They've already had a full semester of things. So I came to the review session and I asked them, "Oh, what topics should we go over?" And their first remark often is, "Well, we have all the notes, so we were hoping you introduced something new." Or like something useful that isn't in the notes, right? And it's like, okay, let's go over them, right? So I start with whatever I was given, all the materials I was given. So we went over them, and the students were unenthusiastic, obviously, because they believe that since it's written in their notes, they know what's in their notes, right? That's you mean I know it's not gonna change. I'm just kind of ranting over the system, going back to what I said. I acknowledge the downside of publishing notes from class, but I still believe that as a whole it should be done. My experience, I know that I'll still get through it. It's not the first time. However, I just find it unnecessary inconvenience. Okay. I've had classes where I've taken good notes, yet I think looking back on those notes compared to a prof notes is unmatched. There's always going to be more context to a prof's notes. Interesting. See, I don't know what level of the context here is. I guess you're saying it from a foundational standpoint. However, generally speaking, out of all the things you've mentioned, using the word unnecessary, it's you mean it's an inconvenience. I don't think anything you're saying is necessary or unnecessary, as in there's no need or not need. Most of these things are voluntary. Unless you really truly believe in that, then I feel if I had to be very conservative, that is incredible entitlement. I'm not sure if that's how the Norwegian education system promotes that, but I've already seen many of that before. And that's not in the whole free college situation. It's more like I pay for tuition, so I should be getting everything I need to be successful. And that type of mentality does occur far, I would argue, probably far more in the United States, because you pay for your education. And a lot of times what is necessary, unnecessary, also means that you either don't develop those skills or you do develop those skills. And whether you find it inconvenient or convenient now, it's hard to dictate if later on you'll be successful because of your conveniences or and that's kind of the tough situation. More context for the professor's notes. would imply that you do not provide enough context for yourself from what the professor is saying. So that's an alternative perspective, right? The arguments that you make can also be the arguments against you. So it can be a tough situation to be fair in a comforting way, like to be fair but also comforting, right? If the professor's notes always have more context, then the idea is that you yourself cannot provide enough context to be successful in class. And I don't know what that means about your note taking. It is very ideal to have more, I think. So I totally still agree with you. If the professor can do all of that thing, on the whole, it will benefit the students that can use it, for sure. So instead of weighing on cynicism, I agree with your positivity, as in more means generally will be a win-win. So if you're given more, then the likelihood is more will happen. And I like to believe that too. I actually operate most of the time on that. The things I say that I observe turned out to be that's what happened. It doesn't stop me from continuing to do so though. I want to do more in the classroom for my students as much as I can. And the reality is that I've discovered is the student ends up overall doing less. And I still continue to do more. So if they continue to do less, I got to find out ways to continuously to make them do more. I don't mean it as an entitlement alone. No, I'm not saying you don't mean what you mean as an entitlement. I'm saying it seems to me that that's entitlement. Like thinking that having someone take notes for you is a necessary convenience. That type of argument, like what I mean is that wording screams to me as entitlement, as opposed to the professor should be trying to offset all the inconveniences that you find are inconvenient, right? More so as a counter argument towards professors who preach about effective learning, even if it's just a very low population people relating to it. If it helps a few, then I think that should be enough by itself. If it helps for a few by itself, yes, provided the professor can do that. That's entitlement, in my opinion. Like I'm really strongly saying this. If it helps at least one person, the professor should do it. So in that case, you are entitled to be helped, because even if you're few, you're entitled for that. It's not taking into consideration whether the professor can do that or able to do that yet. You're assuming the professor can. And because they have a stance on effective learning. So like, what does that sound like? A content creator should be entertaining because they're streaming on Twitch. That is a sense of entitlement. So the unfortunate part is you already told me that Norwegian colleges are free, right? That even kind of reinforces this feeling that I have, where hopefully your next professor is a superhero. That's probably what I would say, ideally. It sounds like you kind of know how to go about in the future, right? You're gonna look for professors that meet your needs. I don't know how available they are in Norwegian. The other in the United States, students pay for their education. So oftentimes that sense of entitlement is more like a sense of necessity because they paid for it. And expectations are met with payment. And I almost feel like even then, it's hard for me to not see the sense of entitlement. Like, do you feel that if you go to college, you're entitled to succeed? This is a deeper cut. We might not have to talk about this too much, but it's not like a interrogation or anything. I often ask myself the same question. But if I went like in the United States, my generation at least, when you go to college, since you're paying for college, you're expected that college makes you succeed. As in, they provide everything possible for you to succeed. At least they gave you the impression that if you go to college, you are guaranteed to succeed. And in the long run, that obviously did not happen. And at the same time, I'm kind of surprised, really, or maybe I'm a little culture shocked right now that in a country with free college education, that ended up I'm having a very similar conversation that is very no different from very, very similar to when I was in school, when I was in college. So I wasn't the person that was, obviously you said you would succeed and you'll work around and all that. However, I found that in college I was at the other end of things, where I was surrounded by a lot of classmates who said how the class should be taught. Like, they should do this, people should do that. And it became more of a rant about the system. And my first thought was, I want to change that. So my first thought was, I should help them. And instead, I ended up spending my time, sharing notes and doing what, quote unquote, the professor didn't do. But for me, when I was doing that, I thought the professor was doing that. And so instead, I did what the students wanted the professors to do, but I didn't struggle with the same problems that they did. And instead of approaching the professor about the problem and suggesting that the system doesn't change, I worked with the professor to take the most advantage of it. That's an alternative opinion. I don't know your circumstances. My circumstances were fairly different, and I was more inclined to interact with my professor. So my opinions can be very affected by that. I was the person who liked to share notes and help others. You feel like it's such a small change, though? I don't know how small or large the change is. If you think it's a small change, then it's a small change. Especially with those that already write digitally on a pad. I suppose. I don't know how a small change is. Because all they gotta do is post it. I guess. I really don't know the circumstances. Like, what you're telling me, since I have no context, right? Is like saying Duolingo has a bug, right? Duolingo has a bug. It's such a small change to fix this bug, right? Just make it not happen. Just remove this. But for me, I don't know the circumstances of the pads and what the professor has. I mean, a professor doesn't have to use a microphone to talk to a class of 300, but sure would help. Yes, much like the other things that you're saying. Now the question is, again, this doesn't take into consideration about asking the professor and what they thought. You're literally assuming all of this. So that's what I mean by entitlement. You didn't ask the professor. It's like, is it a little change? Go ask the professor. If it's a small change, then the professor would be like, yeah, let's do it. I'm sorry if this affected you. I'll do it right away. Like, it should be this easy. Or like the professor would say, like, I don't know how to do this. Do you know how to do this? It's like, yeah, just do it this way. Because if it's such a small change to you, you should know how to do it already, right? So you can explain it to professor how to do it. How do they post the information if they don't already know? But say you assume the professor knows. So you go, it's such a small change, you can go up to them and say, hey, professor, can you post your digital notes onto Blackboard? And if it is a small change, you're like, oh, hey, you know what? That's a great idea. I mean, it would save me a lot of trouble from having to explain my notes again. I know there are a lot of benefits to this. Like, if that professor posts their notes, then they wouldn't have to have misunderstandings. Their office hours may be shorter because their classroom would be all the things you're suggesting. People would listen to you more often. They would be more attentive in class, which I'm, again, arguing that it's not going to happen. It's likely not going to happen on average. The professor will have more questions and more misunderstandings and whatnot. But say it does. Say all of these things are true. You know that this is to be a win-win. So if it's a very small change, it's also a very small effort for you to ask the professor to say, hey, can you just why don't you post your notes you're already writing on a pad? And you would win, at least in my opinion. So the question here is it a small change? If it is, I think it takes very little effort to go to the professor and say, hey, can you hit the upload button right there? Like right there. And also, hey, I went to the school office and they give microphones to professors. So, and if they still don't, then I can have your assumptions. If they still don't, then the likelihood is it's not a small change. And you want to know why. Otherwise, I would trust that you don't value your own success over understanding why. That's what I would say. If I had to be like super tiger about it, like understanding the motivations of why the circumstances are may actually make you, the professor might appreciate it or something. Like, treat my inclination here is, I guess, it's a win-win, like you said, if you talk to a prof. If you don't talk to a professor, then it's a parasocial relationship. And parasocial relationships mean that you are entitled, and any rant you have is based on assumptions that you can't possibly confirm. That's kind of the whole idea of my YouTube rants and whatnot. I had one prof in the past who didn't want to post notes because he didn't want people to not show up to class. Did the professor tell you that? So the question is, does this professor believe in the same thing? I don't know. To me, I would be curious. However, I'm not a student anymore, Sub-Zero. So I want to be clear that it is very hard for me to empathize with the student position anymore. If I sat in a class now, not me directly, but you heard through somebody else who asked, I see. And that's good, right? I mean, well, that's bad, but that's also, that removes all doubt, right? You don't have to, it's, in my opinion, you are still more, I think you are perfectly entitled to complain if you knew the truth. Like, what I mean is, I like when people express and rant about their things, and my commentary typically is to encourage the person, do you know it? Because I think it helps you feel more secure. Like, something about, at least personally, Sub-Zero, like, we resonated on a lot of levels. I prefer a professor that tells me, why from the start, actually, like speaking of self-entitlement, if a professor comes out and say, hey guys, I'm not posting PowerPoints. You guys are gonna bring a notebook. I don't want to see any laptop because this is what I believe in. It's like, okay, you got me. That's it. Like, it sucks, but at least I know. So I feel less like having to, you can still complain about it, but the thing is, it's always nice kind of knowing every once in a while. So in my opinion, sometimes it kind of goes a long way. I know it might not be worth it. So if you don't think it's worth it, that's definitely fine. It is frustrating though. There's no doubt about it. If you don't have the tools to succeed, then it just sucks all around. So I definitely feel you on that. There's no way this isn't a sucky situation, right? For you. And you have lots of classmates that also agree. When I was in, I'm going to tell you now, when I was your age, Sub-Zero, when I was your age, I did the same. I sat there. I'm not saying I did this when I was younger. I totally didn't. That's kind of the reason why going back to school isn't really the same anymore after you left school and come back. I was the same way. I hurtled around my classmates and I'm like, oh dude, man, like what the heck, I lost like 5 points on this. It's not like it wasn't even in the notes. Like, what the heck is this about, right? And then in the long run, and that complaining and that expressing with classmates, we like band together, we shared notes and like talked about things and try to learn from them. It doesn't stop us from getting bad grades though. I kid you not, I have like quite mediocre grades. Like after a certain point, when I finally meet a professor that did not match what I've been working on for a long time, I got slapped with a humble pie. And the only thing I can really think about in the long run is his class and the struggles I had was the thing that I remembered the most. Every other class I cruised through, not so much. Not so much. So it is tough, and I know I'm not, you don't have to trust me on this at all. I think in another 3 or 4 years, if I feel like we'll still know each other at least 3 or 4 years. We'll probably revisit this conversation again, and this conversation will probably come up. And I honestly feel you on it. It actually really did suck. I complained a lot to myself most of the time, actually. But I try my best not to let everyone know that I'm struggling a lot. And here's the thing. The whole attention deficit disorder thing, right? The ADD thing. I never asked my professor or anyone that I had problems in the exam room. However, a classmate of mine had clinically diagnosed ADD, right? Or ADHD, and they were accommodated for that, right? And all the while I'm thinking to myself, what happened if I did something about it? And I didn't do anything about it. And to this day, like, I don't want students to have to deal with that, right? Like, if I see a student, but I can't, if I were in a class and it was my class, for example, there's no way realistically I would be able to pick up every single individual student and say, oh man, that student is struggling, that I should really write some specific notes for that type of student. Like, the best, in my opinion, the only amount of time that I was able to provide, even as a teaching assistant, is here are all the trouble students, as in not the students wanting to make trouble. These are all the students that are struggling. So all the good students, the students that were not good students, but the students that happen to be doing really well, they kind of get neglected, right? Like, you hope that they continue to strive for doing whatever they're doing and keeping it. The students that are struggling though, it takes like an entire person, and there's more than one teaching assistant. I just happen to be one of the many teaching assistants. Also, I know you have multiple teaching assistants. I'm just saying, Sub-Zero, I know you have multiple teaching assistants because I saw your PowerPoint, at least in one of the classes. Oh, maybe this is a different class, sorry. Maybe, oh, it's only for exams? Oh, wait, no. Wait, no, never mind. The one exam, the one class that you have, they have teaching assistants. So I'm assuming your other classes also have teaching assistants. The teaching assistants could be that. If you know what I mean. But all classes do. Okay. I would go and farm your teaching assistant. That's pretty much what I was. Like, when I say I teach a class or I help with something, I'm talking about I was one of the teaching assistants. I didn't end up having the chance to be like a professor or like a proper curriculum design thing. That never happened. As in, like, I chose to put it off, and the rest is history. However, I was one of those teaching assistants. Like, if you have 4 teaching assistants, for example, at least in my opinion, one of them has there's a chance all of them might be apathetic. And what I mean by apathetic is they might be too focused on their graduate studies to give you the time of day in a sense of beyond obligation. However, I was one of those teachers. I can honestly tell you, it did take time away from my research and stuff, but I absolutely loved it. It's not for everyone though. Where I enjoyed that and it took me away from my research, that means I doubled down, as in, like, I had to. The reason why I had sleepless nights and attached to work and not sleep or not eat is because I wanted to do that and the research. My colleagues they were a lot healthier. They managed to say no sometimes. They managed to know what they need to do and what they optionally could do, right? So they had a better life balance. But for me, I think there's a chance. I usually would farm the teaching assistant. You would go up like, okay, well, the professor is obviously not going to, quote unquote, like, I was most definitely arrogant as well in my assumptions, like, nah, the professor's too busy. Let's not bother the professor. But whenever you get a syllabus, right, and you see like 5 teaching assistants, well, you know what? What's the least I can do? Write one email and email all 5 of them with the same email and ask them, do you happen to have notes for this class? Because in my opinion, I don't know how Norway does it, the teaching assistants have to be familiar oftentimes either with the professor or with the class, and they have to have a background in that class a lot of times, or the foundations in that class, so they themselves may already have notes or like a previous notes or something. And that is I think what Durian was trying to describe about their university. Like, that's a really common thing. It's a really common thing for the colleges that I went to. If your professor is way too busy and the class is too big, the TAs are likely the ones that have already done the course or is involved in the course. Some of them might actually even contribute to exam questions and whatnot, and they actually might be the ones doing the grading. They might be the ones doing the grading. So you were a TA too? TAs have typically had the course the previous year. Yeah, so I'd probably go out and reach out to a TA, and they're more likely to empathize with you because they are students too, right? So yes, it can be very hard for professors to emotionally connect with, especially like earlier classes. Like, say a 10-year professor teaching a first-year class, it can be really far emotionally. You can get really lucky and there's a professor that still acts and spry like a junior faculty member, but generally speaking, when you're in the early stages, those professors tend to be far removed, but the TA has more emotional intelligence. Like they are more likely to relate to you and be able to say, yeah, I know, like this professor, yeah, I totally get it. Like, so here's some notes. This is what I would do, like that kind of thing, right? So I would go that route most of the time, and it's often an untapped resource. And you said you were a TA, but you never got any mail. That's exactly what I mean. I think it's so funny that you're my lens into Norway's experience. Like, I'm not saying you represent all of Norway and whatnot, but you're giving me a glimpse that similar problem, which I'm not surprised, similar human problem or human lack of communication still occurs, like regardless of where you are, right? In the United States, I can guarantee you the TA, as a TA, the ones that I did receive emails from and came to my office hours, I'm always in the lab, so they just walk into the lab, all of them got straight A's. Like almost all of them. One person was really struggling, but they improved their grades. So most of them are improved. And that's kind of why I really like that there's communication. The problem is if a professor has 50 students, and I hate to be the bearer of pressure or peer pressure, it's the student's right and privilege to approach the professor. The other way around is very difficult. Like a Superman, once in a lifetime, I've met, you know, I've had the privilege to meet like several professors that I don't know how they do it, but it almost feels like they knew every single one of the students' needs. Like it feels like, you know, the student exits and they have a problem, the professor would be like, whoa, hey, hold up. I saw your exam, you know, I saw your exam last week. Why are you struggling on this part? Like, it almost seems like the professor had all the time in the world where they were able to pick out every single one of the class in like a classroom of 40. That would be the most ideal case. But in my opinion, the realistic thing is if your class is really big, it's up to you to farm the professor and or the TAs. And that's probably it. And I think complaining is a really healthy thing, by the way. So I'm not saying you shouldn't complain. I'm not like slapping you on the wrist, or at least I'm not trying to sound like I'm slapping you on the wrist. The idea is talking about this stuff can make you feel better, if you know. Honestly, I probably complain more than most. Don't use me as a I've heard lots of complaints before. And you know what I think about in my head? I think my friends and I joked about this a little bit in a video game sense. Here's my analogy, right? The what if situation. The what if situation is what happens when complaints get blown out of proportion, or like when complaints escalate. So what does that mean? What do I mean by what if? Just insert what if I won. Okay? Now, if you think about a video game, let's say you're in a competitive FPS match. The match is over. You lost. And then that person, this person stands there and complains about, okay, well, if I did this, and if only I was a second earlier here, if I did this, and if the team did this, I would have won. So, if you slap it all together, all that said, in my opinion, is passively being able to observe all the situations. That means this person is very analytical. They are able to process what is necessary for the path. But the reality is they didn't do anything about it, or they weren't able to do about it. And they talked about what if they won. So like, what if the professor posted those notes? You would get A's. What if the professor posts notes, the whole class would do better, right? Or would average go up. The reality is we can't know that, but it's also very comforting that you're willing to also express that, because like having it bottled up can be very detrimental and deleterious as well. The idea is, though, we don't know. It's very unpredictable. I have seen examples where a professor provided comprehensible notes and the class did super well. The class had 5 students in it, and all those 5 students are high achieving students. So okay, it wasn't necessarily 5. It started with like 10, and then there were 5 at the end. So what does that mean in my opinion? I know this is not related, but it's trying to see the bright side of things. There were only 5 students, so that professor had all the time in the world to cater to all 5 of those students, right? And obviously all those 5 students remaining are the students that didn't have the same problems of the 5 students that dropped out. So those 5 students only required the professors to do one thing, right? One thing. And that means a beautiful harmony. And to me, you know how that's possible? If the internet, I'm gonna like, this is a hot take. This is a really hot take. If the world, if the culture didn't think that teaching is not necessary anymore. Like, what I mean is small classes. How are small classes possible? You have more teachers. Is that happening? Or at least, I'm not sure about Norway. It's not happening in the United States. I don't think there's an... Okay, there might be a few experts out there who would argue that teaching is on the up and up. I think that I would say it's pretty safe. It's not a hot take. 90% of academic professionals in the United States would say teaching is on the decline. As in that type of thing where you have a small class as an option, where a professor has a negotiable small enough workload where they can individually help each student, or maybe collectively pre-select for students that matches up. Well, the demand is in the United States. I don't even think the demand is there for the supply to even be met. Like, that's kind of like the most dissatisfying thing I could possibly say as someone who's no longer even on the career path of being a teacher anymore, like a professor. It is very, very unsettlingly bittersweet. There is a silver lining. Much like being a teacher and a learner and stuff, I believe there's a way to reinvent, right, how teaching is done. Like right here, right now. I believe that there is a chance that there are enough content creators that are willingly potentially be incentivized to redefine how teaching can be done. Not starting with me. I'm not gonna do that professionally. I think I do not have the youth or the stamina to be doing that. Like as a teacher, I think we're talking about, you know, whatever language learning has taught me is that there are a lot of content creators out there who loves making instructional content, and that instructional content, in my opinion, gives them a purpose that allows them credibility and reinforcement and financial security. I have no stake in this. I just want to talk to you, Sub-Zero, because you gave me the time of day. That I would say you're probably gonna succeed in kicking the horse's butt in some way. And I honestly hope that this is still true in Norway and other places. The grade barely tells the story of a successful person. In fact, I would say, personally, if I looked at a student and see a steady improvement, I'm more inclined to find comfort in that student's aptitude than a student that has capped out and shown no decline nor improvement. It's very difficult to know what the capacity of the student is. So in those cases, you have to be well and sure that that student matches your preferences, right? Because you don't know how adaptive they are, right? Meanwhile, you have the opportunity to be, at least in my opinion, take it as a challenge. I don't know how much you like challenges in your life. Sorry. I feel like I might be a little bit forceful on that. I do think that it's worth complaining and talking about these things. Noise can be helpful and can also be emotionally affirming. I think it sucks that you don't have the things you need to be successful, or do the things that are necessary or sufficient. I'm going to say sufficient, that are sufficient for your success, your ease, because it kind of just strikes me as you're kind of stretched thin as well. You're doing like more electives than you would like, or like, you're testing a lot of waters, and it does make sense. I got owned by that professor. Just saying. I'm not gonna mention their name, but like, because it's a professional thing. But I earnestly felt like I still, if they put me back into that class, my first inclination would be to do the thing that I'm saying now, which is, hey, can we sit down and talk about this? Because there is something I don't understand here, and I need to talk about it. Or I need to talk to that person about it. I didn't do anything about it. I tried my best to, play within the system, even though you have admin privileges too, or you don't necessarily have admin privileges, but you have privileges to communicate with the admin, and I didn't do it. So what I did was I sat there and struggled. It was worth it still. It means that I know now what I might need or need to work on in the future. And that's a silver lining, obviously. It's kind of like Duolingo and language learning. Good talk though, good talk. I like these talks. I don't think you're lesser of a student or something. I actually feel like when people feel it was a good talk, honestly, I want to emphasize that I don't expect profs to do this the same way I don't expect a cashier to bag your groceries. Wait. I just think of it as a measure that would help tremendously. Yeah. Now here's the thing. I've been watching Liam, this German guy, make content, and you chose a really funny example. Is that a European thing too? Like, what I mean is it a Norway thing too? Like, I know the stereotype about like you bagging your own things, but it's funny because in the United States, it's one of those things that people share, because in the United States, it sometimes it's kind of the other way around. Like it has been traditionally the other way around. However, nowadays with like self-checkout lines and stuff, you bag your own grocery by default out of convenience. However, I always watch these skits of this guy by Liam who talks about like it's a thing about being efficient in the bagging thing. Like there's this whole meme and joke about how Germans put their bags. It's not common for cashiers to bag them for you. Okay. I think that's really funny. Or what I mean is it's funny in the sense that I wouldn't mind it at all. I would love to bag my own groceries. In fact, my parents do it all the time. You worked as a cashier. I'm gonna do Okay, real talk. All right, I know this is gonna sound, this is where we deviate. If I was the cashier, I would bag your groceries. Not because I'm paid to do so, it's because I just want to. I know how that sounds, and I was that guy. So, it might be an American thing. Like maybe I was so used to seeing cashiers bag your groceries and stuff, but I would probably do that. Like if I were working for something, I would probably work for a small time grocery place. I would take the bags for you. I would carry the bags to your car. I forgot it's normal. Yeah, it's normal here. It's a little less now because of self-checkout lines, so you do the bagging yourself. But most of the time, traditionally, older people, like you bag. In fact, there were times when people took the bags and took them to your car with you. Like, I still remember when I was younger, cashiers aren't like as busy sometimes, and they're like, oh, hey, that's a lot of stuff. Do you need help? Like, because there are baggers and then there are cashiers. In fact, back then, I'm not sure how common it is now. I haven't been to a grocery store very often. There's a bagger and then there's a cashier. So the cashier scans the thing, it goes to the bagger, and then when you have a lot of stuff, the bagger's like, do you need any help with that? Like, can I help you get the cart out and stuff? So when you have a very busy like mother or someone who's like really have their hands full, you see this wholesome image, in my opinion, this wholesome image of this person who works at the grocery store, helping the person out and getting their groceries into their car. And to me, I don't mind doing that as a job. I like that. Now, with that said, if someone has to be paid to do that and they're like spending their time instead of spending time with family, I totally understand that. For me, like, the only thing that gets me up in the day is to do something nice for someone else. So that is coming from a privileged position, right? So I'm not saying if someone comes up to me and says, you're only saying that because you're privileged, and I'm like, yes, I am saying that. I want to help people because the only thing really that gets me excited these days or happy these days is the opportunity to help people, right? In a realistic way that doesn't draw a lot of criticism and hatefulness and hate, like stuff or bias or something. So you might be thinking, well, if you want to help someone, just go to the neighboring whatever and do that. It's like, well, within reason, right? Because it's not like I have all the infinite stamina of a Superman or something and all the financial security that's necessary. It's within reason. I have never bagged someone's groceries, but I have helped elderly people with bringing it to the car. Oh, okay. But it's really abnormal. You're not expected to do that, at least. Pretty opposite me, I stay up extra late to have extra time to hate. Oh my god. Did you intentionally make that rhyme? I stay up extra late to have extra time to hate. That sounds like a beautiful song. Okay. Enough digression. That was pretty sweet. I enjoyed our conversation. It sounds like school will have many more. Oh, it's not intentional. It sounds like we'll have many more discussions about university life. I could see myself, like, low-key, while teaching is no longer a possibility. I don't know what it takes to get it certified, but I wouldn't mind being like a guidance counselor or like an academic advisor or something. Like, in my opinion, that's what really makes things worthwhile these days. Just talking about things. Honestly, you'll be fine, but you had to let it out. Well, that's perfect. It was a perfect time to have some conversation, right? And I don't think you're alone, obviously. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this to someone who's outside the country, because usually it would be very bold to have assumed or presumed that that would be the case, but that's understandable. I've had here's one. there are a lot of precocious students that I've encountered. I think I've encountered students that literally told those things to me about my boss. and not the, I'm using the boss as my mentor. Like what I mean is so, and that's perfectly all right, because knowing my mentors and stuff, they know that this is happening, and they are also like, I had great mentors. So my mentors did care about it, and they would know, and they would take it seriously. The irony that I'm saying this is, it's a shame they didn't go to my mentor and say this. So obviously, if this comes up and stuff, I would bring it up. And it's ironic because a lot of times people confide in you in a sense that, oh, this is in confidence, right? It's like, well, you should go and talk to the professor. Like, I'm not making any guarantees, but you gotta in the long run though, they all did well. Like the kids that the students that I interacted with, they did well, because I mean, if they cared enough to approach a TA, I mean, you should know you didn't get any emails as a TA, but if they approach the TA and they go out of their way to TA, I have no concerns that they will do fine. They would do well. Like those are students that have initiative. Not that I'm saying you don't have initiative, Sub-Zero, but you should, you know, you might want to put a few points into initiative, you know? Put a few points into it. Go take a risk for a little change. Yeah, I was a TA for a 200 plus class. About like 5 to 10 people would show up to practice sessions. Oh, that sounds about right. Did you ever find out if those 5 to 10 people were the ones that did well? I actually tried to follow up. Out of my pure curiosity. When I have office hours for like reviews and exams, it would be like at most 10 students. And when I'm grading, because in TA you have to grade as well, I would deliberately remember all those students, and I wonder how well they did. Because to me, I wanted to know if they did well. Like I want to know if I was involved, or maybe have this really weird self-assurance that they did well. Like that's what got me hyped. And if they didn't do well, I have an opportunity to try and do more, because it wouldn't be the last exam. If it was the final exam, then there's nothing I can do about it. However, it was to the point where sometimes I TA'd for 2 different classes. So if they got me in the fall, as in like if I was TAing in the fall, there are students who deliberately ended up in my section when I was TAing in the springtime. So it makes it a lot easier or more approachable for other students to ask for help, because they already know who I am, right? And where to find me and all that. So that's kind of why I knew that I really liked teaching, like in a supportive way. But I don't know if I could ever teach. I will never know. Maybe. Yeah, I'll never know if I can really handle a class with like 30 or 40 students full time around, because I didn't do it. It's a what if situation. You used to be nice with grading. I remember I could never be a prof. I told myself that, this is the joke I told myself on many occasions, even on stream, that the one thing that I'm most concerned about if I were to pursue a career in academia is I would be too soft. Like, so all the things I said defending like the professor's point of view, Sub-Zero, about like it's your actions and you need to critically solve, in reality I would probably be that professor that cave into whatever demands that the students want. And in the long run, I always think about what if those are the reasons why in the future those students have undeveloped skills in critical thinking and problem solving. What I mean is, there's hand holding, right? There's like reasonable hand holding and encouragement, and then there's coddling. And I often joke that if I became a professor, I would be the coddler. So like I would grade easier. I would change grades if someone come up to me and say, I think I made a good reason for this. And I was like, all right, here's 3 points back. Right? That like you could talk me down very, very easily. Then it would be like the thing where you're that professor that everyone takes because it's an easy A. Not because you're the professor that teaches a lot and you teach them a lot of things. It's like you're the person who gets chosen because it's an easy A and no one has to apply themselves in the class. So that's kind of the joke that I tend to run because I don't know what it would be like. I never ended up teaching a class by myself. So I would never know how either I cave or I become more stringent or disciplined. My very nature now is that I'm a pushover. I'm usually a very big pushover. It can definitely backfire. Yeah, I once had a professor who literally hinted at each exercise for the exam the day before. You could literally take notes of what he said that day and it would be on the exam. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. That's largely why I prefer to be people's friends and not their dictator, as in like their prescriber. So when someone asks me for advice, my first thought is, I can't take the responsibility. Like I don't want to be the responsible person. I want to be the person that says, go get them. So there's a lot of part of me that has reservations about, I want to be part of a family, right? Like I want to raise a family of my own, but at the same time, I start to wonder, like, being nice and being kind are two different things. If you're always nice, it also means people around you don't develop discipline. So what are the things that cause me to be disciplined? It's everything I am not. My parents are where my discipline came from. And if you looked at my parents, you would be really shocked that I'm their son, because our behaviors are very different. Like I am very aggressive at people who are aggressive. I'm very lenient on people who are struggling or like wanting to do things. So if you give me a sob story, I'm going to cave. That's kind of the situation. So any aggressive person could be aggressively opportunistic and then I'd be pushed over, right? And that's kind of, it's not like it hurts my feelings. Like I'm not going to lose sleep or something about it. I learned that's the reality. However, it doesn't stop me from knowing what would happen. Like that would happen. So the truth is in front of me, and I learned to cope with it. I find myself being similar to this when working with other students too. If it's a topic that I'm genuinely excited about in an assignment, I can sometimes literally out my whole solution to someone else. It can turn bad if they start relying on me and I help them all. Yeah. The word that I use is dependency. Codependency a lot of times, but dependency. So I do the thing that I typically do about I've developed this mannerism, and I'm not saying it's like a secret or anything. I mean, I'm doing this as a coping strategy. I tell people like, hey, you know, if you have time, no obligations, you have a busy life, I expect that if you are successful, busy, healthy, I don't see you very often. And if whatever I say inspires you to do something, I hope that inspires you to continue to do something and inspire others. Because the first thing I have become accustomed to sometimes is a development of dependency. And that, to me, is like the nightmare of a teacher, in my opinion. When you realize that your personality is not great at imbuing independence in your students or in the people you're talking about. In fact, you do so much that it makes them less independent. It makes them more dependent on you, like be it emotional support or academic support. And that, to me, I don't think I'm like, you might be saying, oh, but that's great, right? You're helping people all the time. It's like, no, well, there's a difference between helping people and creating dependency. And I think if you know what I'm getting, where I'm going to about that, a lot of content creators exploit dependency. Not in a malicious way, but more in a financial way or a emotional way, right? Like, hey, you're gonna miss out. If you're not here, you're gonna miss out, right? Like, you know, FOMO and stuff, that is the same. And that's a very similar thing about dependency. So my first thought often is like, hey, you know, if you're doing well, I hope you find other things that interest you. Like, for example, when you're done with Wukong, you know, when you're done with Wukong and playing that, I hope you don't end up having withdrawal and having a dependency where you count the days when the DLC comes out. Just saying. Sorry, I'm throwing you under the bus. You just finished Wukong today, actually. Sorry. How's that going with you? All right. Now we gotta refocus. This is a good chat. We'll have more conversations in the future. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to clip this part, right? I've hadn't had a deep digression about this in a long time. So what are we gonna call this? No one watches these. Don't worry about it. I typically cut these out and put them in a separate section, but usually these sections don't. It's a collection of like monologues and things that I might write a book about one day. Don't even got any professor notes. Oh my god. Don't even got any professor notes to distract me with. Don't even got... Listen, Sub-Zero, I'm not sure about your English right now. Did it hit that hard that Did Wukong hit you so hard? Listen, it's 5 a.m. but you went to bed already, right? Don't give me that. It's 5 a.m. You already went to bed. Alright.
我的姐姐不要留在家里。
Alright, I'll let you off the hook. It's 5 a.m. Good talk. 我的姐姐不要留
我的姐姐不要留在家里。
Yeah, 留在家里。Oh boy. It's all good though. You're gonna play some NG Plus? Okay. Oh, you've also been playing Neo 2. Okay. Yeah, Neo 2 would be the thing I would say, like, if you need something to hold over for the next DLC or something, it's probably Neo 2. Yeah. You probably should get some sleep. My bad for deciding for like 2. No. Perfectly alright. This is what I'm here for, right? Or at least that's what I keep telling myself, right? What's the point of streaming if you can't have conversations like this, in my opinion? Obviously, this would not work in other stream formats. This is certainly not one of them. So, wait, you haven't slept yet? I thought you... What are you doing? Oh, it's probably finishing. Are you telling me you played until the time we talked? Is that why you're here? You completed Wukong, and then now you're here, and well, after dinner and all that stuff. 我的姐姐，不要留在家里。I was literally gonna go to bed before we went out the rabbit. Oh, okay. I'll let you go to bed. So my bad. We're good. Well, now you can, yeah, take care. Well, now you can sleep soundly. You know? Sleep soundly now that it's off your chest. Alright, I'll catch you later. So, good night. 姐姐，不要留在家里。
我的妈妈下个星期会请假。
我的妈妈下个星期会请假。Oh, 请假 really? Leave?
请假
Ask
请
or leave? Oh no, wait. Yeah. 我的妈妈下个星期会请假。As to, oh my gosh. Okay, they're interpreting this. So, as to leave for下个星期会 as no not as going my mom is going to leave for next week. Going what? How are you interpreting this, my man? Going to my mom is going to ask for leave next week? Oh my gosh. Really? I mean, that's fair, like for leave of absence, but holy heck. 我的妈妈下个星期会请假。I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, it checks out.
我今天要请假。
我今天要请假。我今天Does that really evoke need? Yeah, yeah, okay. It's a strong need, but I mean it's a weak need. I need to take a day off today. Oh, we gotta get booking. I don't know.
定
定
有空该发感感
Okay. 感
感
打扮打扮打扮 Oh right, don't do 打扮 I dress up 打扮 really Why is Pai Dui here again?
她打扮得很漂亮。
她 OK 她打扮的很漂亮 Oh, that's interesting. There's no possession. 她打扮的很漂亮 Dressed up beautifully. Well, hen makes it more adverbial. That's fine. The degree of 打扮 Okay, sure. 派对 Oh, am I gonna get 派对 now? Because the first time we got 派对 we didn't get 派 We have 对 but 对 is there forever, but we didn't get 派
我感冒了。
我感冒了感冒 Oh, 感冒 Oh, I have a cold. Wow. 感冒
感冒
Okay, that translates really well to Fujianese. 我感冒了我感冒了 Interesting.
上星期他感冒了。
上星期他感冒了。
上星期他感冒了。上星期他感冒了。
So, 感冒 really works really well. I think the one that works super well so far between Mandarin and Fujianese is 电中 it's like right on top of each other. It's so perfect that whenever I say 电中 it makes me feel like I'm not saying Mandarin. Like whenever the Mandarin lines up perfectly, like nearly almost indistinguishably with Fujianese, I have this like intuitive reflex like, wait a minute, I might be saying that wrong, or like I'm not going, but 电中 man 电中 ooh, that one feels good. But 感冒了
上星期他感冒了。
感冒了 it's close to 感冒了。
上星期他感冒了。
感冒 Interesting.
他有很多朋友。
他有很多朋友。She has a lot of friends, or many friends. Fair enough. 很多。
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。
现在我的头很疼。Ooh, gotta get deep. 很疼了。很疼。我No, you don't have to repeat. 我 So
是
是感冒了。
感冒了。现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。
哦，一定哦。
一定。
Yeah。
是。
感冒。Oh, that's good。
感冒了。
一定。Yeah。现在我的头很疼，很疼，一定感冒了。Oh, I might have missed something. What did I miss? Oh, 是 Oh, I pulled the 是 and then put it back.
派对里有太多人了。
派对里 Oh, I can totally relate with that. 派对里有太多人了。太多人了。There are too many people at the party.
这个周末你们能来吗？
这个周末你们能来吗？ Are you coming? Can you come?
能。
Yeah, can you? None? Yeah, that's interesting. So I wonder how none is used compared to 可以. Like, I don't think it's unintelligible if you say 这个周末你们可以来吗? As opposed to 你们能吗？能来吗? Huh. Can you people come this weekend? Can you people? Can y'all come this weekend? Oh, can you come? Oh, it's just can you? I do this all the time. Like 你们 is not 你, can you is can you all. So I'm so habit of saying something else.
我的生日是6月19号。
我的生日 Okay, birthday. 我的生日是我的生日是6月19号。
我的生日是6月19号。
19号。Man, that actual 3 into a 4 is kind of weird. Or like
我的生日是6月19号。
19号。Oh, yeah, this one's kind of don't have that too often so far. 19号。6月19号。生日。
希望我们很快可以再见。
希望 Hope 希望我们很快可以再见。Wait, hope we can see each other again. I see. Yeah, hope we see each other soon. 快 yeah, because 快 is fast or quickly or early or soon. Can see again. Yeah, hope we see each other again soon. Hope we see each other or soon. That's fine too. Hope we can see each other soon. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I would say more like see each other soon, like again. Soon again, but that's kind of implied because you've already seen each other. Like what I mean is the English would sound awkward, but the sentiments involve that, at least in my opinion. 希望我们很快可以再见再见 Yeah, interesting. I didn't think of it as that combination, like 再见可以再见 Now I'm starting to think about 再见 as in goodbye. Like, huh.办公室
树
生日足球小时 Sorry.
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。
现在我的头很疼。一定是感冒了。
这个周末你们能来吗？
There's so much in this. Oh my gosh, there's so much in this unit. There's so much in this unit.
别
Yeah? No idea. It needs to be combined with something.
发
Did I even get a chance to use fa yet? No. The closest thing I can think of fa is shafa, which is sofa. Shafa.
办
Okay. That was for dress up, right? Yes.
能
And
敢 别 办
Okay.
能办
Why? Some of these are
No.
tough. No. Okay.
别办能该能
大家好。
大家好. Oh, wait. Yep. I already used that phrase. Actually, 欢迎大家好, right?
大
Yeah. 大家好。
我正在工作。
我正在工作。I am at work right now. 正在。Yeah, 正在。Oh, that's interesting. 正 It's related to 正 in sharp. Huh. It removed the top stuff. So no top stuff. It's just the bottom part of 正. Okay.
我正在工作。
I am working right now. Okay. 正在。
你的公司在哪儿？
你的公司在哪儿 ？Company.
我和他们在公司喝咖啡。我
们我在他们的 no 他们公司喝咖啡。
我和他们在公司喝咖啡。
哦，我和他们。Oh, that makes more sense.
在和公司，他们在。
我和他们在
公司喝咖啡。
公司喝咖啡。
我和他们在公司喝咖啡。
大家都到了，你现在在哪儿？
大家都到大家都到了。你想在哪儿？
大家都到了，你现在在哪儿？
哦，现在在哪儿？I'm starting to kind of miss the hybrid system in Japanese to separate those things. But that kind of makes sense. It's starting to show its teeth. Okay. 大家都到了. Oh, there's the 到了, which I used far more often on arriving. Everyone has arrived. 到了. Oh, 大家都到了. 你现在在哪儿? Where are you? Okay, everyone has arrived. Where are you now?
我要做很多事情。
我要做很多事情。事情。Does that have anything to do with work? Many things to do, probably. 事情。
事情。
Yeah, matters.
情。
Yeah. 事情。So I where I need to do many things. Yeah, 事情. Not the same as 东西, but you know, you could kind of get away with 东西, sort of. It's like a really weird way to do it, but 事情 works a lot better.
我们很忙，下午4点才吃午饭。
才吃午饭。Whoa.
才
What is this character? Why does it look like... Oh. Oh no. I'm just kidding. 我们很忙。我们很忙。我们很忙。下午4点。下午4点。4点才吃午饭。Only? Nah, right?
才
Oh. Okay. 才 man. Okay, that one's new. We are very busy. Or, yeah, we are busy. We can only eat lunch. We only, was this past tense? 下午10点, I guess. We only ate lunch at 4 p.m. No. Yeah? I guess, yeah. I mean, it says 下午10点, 10点. So 下午10点, 4 p.m. So 下午10点才吃午饭。我们很忙。我们很忙。下午。你好 Timmy。我是美国人。真的吗？我也是美国人。我们很忙。下午10点。 下午4点才吃午饭才吃午饭。
我们很忙，下午4点才吃午饭。
才吃午饭 Okay. Figure out you might as well practice Chinese? Absolutely. You are more than welcome to practice your Chinese, Timmy. That is the experience. You are also more than welcome to use any of your you don't have to type completely in Chinese. If you have like other vocabulary that you use, you can combine it with English. As long as you know like where you could even in my opinion, you could even write your English words into your Chinese sentences using Chinese grammar. That's also legible to me and maybe very engaging as a way to like practice all your Chinese vocabulary when you haven't gotten, like when you haven't gotten to all the other things yet. I think that's a very healthy exercise. At least in my opinion. So you could say like I am 很忙 I am 很忙下午10点 eat lunch. And it would probably be intelligible actually at this point.
他今天早上2点才回家。
他今天
早上2点才回家。
Okay. 他今天今天2点2点回家
才他今天早上2点才回家。早上
2点回家才回家。
他今天早上2点才回家。
你好，こんにちは。Oh my goodness. こんにちは。こんにちは。Yeah, typing in multiple languages can be fun. Is there a reason why you decide to type it in katakana as opposed to hiragana, Timmy? Are you is there a reason why you decide to type it using katakana? Was that for the fun of it? Konnichiwa. It'd be different? Oh, okay, fair enough.
他今天早上2点才回家。
他今天早上2点才回家。Okay. What happened to you yesterday? 昨天 What happened to you yesterday? 昨天你有 What? Okay, I need help on this one, man.
昨天
So 昨天
你什么？你什么事情？
你什么事情？
有要
昨天 No. 你 Oh, 什么了 Oh, interesting. Oh, no, that doesn't work. I'm getting
有
maybe 有什么时间 I mean, that sounds right. I'm just filling it out. This sounds reasonable, right? I have no idea. Maybe it's this. What happened? 你有什么 I don't actually really know. So let's see. Oh, it is 事情。意大利 No, that's not 意大利 Something 大利 Something 泰利 What the heck are those two characters? Neither of those. Oh, that's 意大利 in Hanzi and 意大利 in Kanji. Oh, okay. You found a tiny toad. What are you gonna do with a tiny toad? Did you release him out, or are you gonna assimilate the toad, Blair? Okay, so what did they want? 你昨天有什么事情？Interesting. 事情 I let him hop away. He only had one eye. Oh, poor guy. I'm working right now. 我正在工作。我正在工作。
我正在工作。
So much in this unit. We're gonna have a problem for tomorrow. There's so much in this unit, and I was massively distracted with a great conversation, but still, holy. Okay, I need to do many things. 我要做很多事情。Second deformed toad you've seen here. Last one had 3 legs. Blair, what is up with your I did see a this does remind me of a clip that I watched recently about a person taking care of a two-headed turtle, a perfectly separated two-headed turtle. Like usually there's some fusion between the two heads, but this person is taking care of like a perfectly like independently non-fused two-headed turtle. That's what that's reminding me of right now.
这个周末你们能来吗？
这个周末你们能来吗？对。
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。
现在我的头很疼，一定是感冒了。现在我的头很疼，一定
感冒了，
一定是感冒了，
感冒了。
我今天要请假。
英国 can mean UK in both Chinese and Japanese, indeed. That can most definitely mean both Chinese, both the same. Yeah, they're both. Agreed. So is 英国人. 英国人 means the same in both as well.日本 means the same in both as well. Anything with 人 can also. Actually, most of a lot of the classical like East Asian things mean the same. Hanguo, it still means the same. Technically, the one character is a simplified character. So Hanguo is still Kankoku. Kankoku. Chugoku not. Yeah. Wait. Yeah. Chugoku checks out. Fish and snake breeding is about as close as I will ever get to trying to become God that way. Oh no. Claire, calm down. Calm down. Although, yeah, that's kind of cute. Fish and snake breeding, huh? The power. 我今天有请假。Your 3-year-old snake is old enough to get a boyfriend to grow for a year? Interesting. And how does one... Welcome to Aquatic Park. Nice reference. Nice reference. Where faulty securities will allow mutagenic prehistoric reptiles escape. Endangered life. I'm just kidding. How does one acquire or introduce a boyfriend to a snake? To a snake? Where? Ding. Nung. Oh my gosh, Nung. But oh, that's fun. Bie. Oh my gosh, Bie.
赶。我昨天晚上11点才下班。
才下班。Chai. What's Chai not part of this? 我昨天晚上11点才上班。才上班。下班。Oh, 下班。Whoops. Uh, 昨天晚上来后该让定
我明天想留在家工作。
You didn't realize Hangul was simply the Chinese language characters? Oh yeah. Yeah. Agreed. I thought it was a fairly new term. Oh, for Hangul. Yeah, that's fair. Right. Right season, good husbandry. I believe 24 hours to wait for a lock, then separate. It's up to the snakes, but I have to make sure my girl is the right way to begin to attempt to off on. Oh, interesting. Man, sounds like a very complex experience. You sound like a very complex, experienced snake handler. 我明天想留在 yeah 留在家工作留在 I gotta close it up though 我明天想留在家工作They changed the translation. I'm pretty sure they used a different Oh, did they not? Oh, man. This is getting wild.
Ban.
Oh, ban. Oh my gosh.
Fa.
Ban.
Neng.
Neng.
别.
Yeah. I don't.
你一定要帮我。
Okay, 你一定要帮我。
你
一
定
定要帮我。
帮我。
Did I don't know what that is. Took power in the foot. I had to look it up. Look into this if I can. This feels like a big blind spot. What is that? Is that the term for Korea or something? Like a older version? All I know, I don't know what the left one is. That's kanji for, oh, chosen. Oh, chosen. I see. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. Looks like a very historical thing. You love your snake dearly and technically brought her with the intention of breeding 5 years down the line. We're almost 4 years into that. And at this point, it's a matter of space for another. Okay. The girl is actually due a tank upgrade. She is large. Oh. Is she your first one, player?
Lai.
Su.
Ho.
Oh.
该。
告。
派对里有太多人了。
派对里有太多人了。
我一天需要吃3次药。
我一天3次。Wait.
我一天需要吃3次药。
Wow. 我一天吃3次food.
我一天需要吃3次药。吃3次。
Oh. Wait. 我一天
需要
吃
药3次吃3次吃药。我一天需要吃3次药。我一天需要吃3次药。吃药3次药。
I have to take medicine 3 times a day, or 3 times. I have to take medicine 3 times a day. I need to take medicine 3 times a day. 我一天需要吃3次药。
我一天需要吃3次药。
Okay. Alright, 15 minutes, and I am gonna be blasted by this unit. Oh my goodness. This unit is gonna... Oh my goodness, what is up with this unit? This is the biggest unit. Oh my gosh, that's...
肚子.
Oh my gosh, 肚子. I didn't even know this was in there.
肚子.
Oh no. What the heck? Okay.
肚子.
Wait, what is happening?
肚子.
Right.
肚子.
I think there's an error there.
肚子.
Something's messed up there. There's like a kink here.
肚子. 肚子. 肚子.
肚子.
肚子. 肚子.
There's absolutely no way I'm gonna remember all of this tomorrow. I could try very hard, but there's absolutely no way. That is way past my limit. Yeah, that's 23 new characters, along with an equally as big Ri. That's absurd. That is 3 times the volume. Okay.
应该
How in the world is stomach day plus ground? Day plus ground. As a point of reference, okay. Oh, it's your second one? I see. First one passed after I just had bad husbandry, I see. I vowed to never keep another animal without doing the research. Oh, okay. Learning experience. Was the usual name for Japan back in the 200s? Oh, but it was viewed as offensive by Japanese. Oh, okay. I see.
应该
应该 应该 good 应该 Oh my gosh. Send help.
应该
I slacked off on the most inopportune moment
应该
today.
应该
This unit's gonna wreck me pretty
应
hard.
该
So
应该
应该
应该应该应该
应该应该
应该
oops.
应该
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, 肚子
肚子
肚子肚子
肚子
肚子肚子
肚子
肚子
肚子肚子
I need to sleep early today. Could get up early tomorrow, but it's not
头
gonna
疼
happen. 头疼 Okay. 头疼
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 头
头头
Oops.
头
头
头疼
Oh my gosh.
头疼
头
Okay. Okay.
生病
生病 Okay. Sick. 生病
生病生病
生病生病
生病
Send help.
生病
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 I mean, this is fairly
生病
unique, I suppose. This one will probably be
生病
fairly memorable.
生病生病
生病
Oops. Oh, I forgot the top stroke.
生病
Spoke too soon. Oh boy. Okay. 应该
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 This is probably the closest
应该
thing that I've learned so far.
应该
That reminds me of
应
Cantonese.
该
应
应该
该应该应该
应该应该
应该
应该
All right. That's very
应该
nondescript. I don't know how well I'm gonna remember that.
应该
So,
应该
肚子
应该
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 I've already forgotten.
应该
Oh, 生病
应该
生病
应该
肚子
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 肚子肚子肚子
肚子
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 I don't know what that is. Tommy. Timmy. I don't know what that is.
休息
休息 Oh no. 休息休息休息 I mean, Yasumi is in there. Yasu.
休息
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 Although this why this one is related
休息
to for me Musco
休息
that doesn't help it.
休息
Okay.
休息
休息
You're trying to make a pun on Ingai. Oh, I see.
休息
Unfortunately, I don't know. Guy.
休息休息休息
Oh, you could have used the guy in Gaijin. I would have recognized that though. That
休
pun.
息
休息
休息
Oh, you don't know what the other yeah. The closest thing I can think of is like
休息
Gaikoku or Gaikokujin. Hmm.
头疼
Okay, 头疼 so headache.
头
头疼
头疼
头
头
头
头
It's gonna
头
take like
疼
2 hours for me to sort
头
out
疼
a construct for this. You don't know? It seems like this isn't a Chinese word. Oh, okay. This is 生病
生病
生病生病 Oops.
生病
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 生病生病生病
生病
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 Oh, it doesn't pair well. I see.
休息
休息休息休息
休息
休息
This
休
is a
息
familiar one.
休息
休息
Familiar.
休息
休息休息
Related meaning as well.
休息
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 UK should pass. 英国 something? Oh. I don't know what that means. Put together.
蔬菜
蔬菜 Wait.
应该
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 Oh, you're making a pun. Oh, you're making a pun. Oh, that's what you're trying to do. Okay. Yeah, 英国. But
应该
true. Oops.
应该
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 Yeah, there are
应该
lots of things you can make
应该
as a pun in Chinese. There's a lot of homonyms. There are a lot of homonyms.
应该
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 头疼
头疼疼头疼
疼
疼 Oh no
疼
疼
疼
疼
头疼
疼
I wonder if this is simplified.
疼
If this is a simplified character for
头疼
Itai.
疼
疼
头疼
疼
疼
Seems kind of simplified. Usually these ones under the hat can be a little bit chonky. Like quite a bit chonky. 好疼
疼
好
头
头头疼
坐头疼
疼
中小
头
头
头
疼
头
头
到疼空头给
疼疼
疼读空头书
头
帮
帮
站
站
疼
疼
头
头
想
Alright, that's 15. Oh, this section, underrated. Absolutely underrated. This is how I get my vocabulary most of the time. I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back before instruction. Be right back. So I really thought I was going to have a relaxing time with this. However, oh, okay. So let's sort this out. I think we're gonna do like part of it. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do the whole thing. Let's see. So we have toll. Toll. No, not toll. 肚子 right. 头 Are there any other body parts? What the heck is that? Did I even get this? Oh, I did. Oh, it only came up in one prompt. Like, what the heck? Alright. Oh, are you kidding me? Is tongue not... tongue? Wait. Where's tongue? Oh, tongue's over here. Right, this is tongue. No. Wait, where the heck is tongue at? Oh, it's down here. Okay. So, these are problems. So, tongue. Okay. So, toe, tongue. This is tongue. So, Shun, this is, where's Xiang Bing? Xiang Bing. Oh no, oh my gosh, this is Yin Guy. Oh god, oh no. Okay, Yin Guy. Okay. So should, we gotta place this somewhere else. Okay. Oh no. I blame Sub-Zero for everything. Okay. Yin Guy. Alright. Let's rest. Okay. That's fine. Shou. 休息 direction. So 应该休息 休息 that's fine. Okay, sure. There's absolutely no way I can distinguish these things. It's so complicated. They're all over the place. Yao. So Yao. Oh wait. We have a mnemonic for this though. Sort of. It's close to yeah, but y'all with the crown. We'll put it here, y'all. Okay. Is Chu down here? I feel like Chu's gotta be down here, right? Could you throw me a Chu? Fine. Oh my gosh. Man, I need to see this again. My true is a little whack. Oh, I need to be more aggressive. Oh my gosh, maybe not that. It's serviceable. Chu Yao. What's next on the list? I have no idea anymore. This is where I start digressing. Oh, that's Fa. Wait, is Fa on here? No. Oh, there's Fa. Okay. So, Fa Xiao. Okay. Oh, that's actually not that bad to remember. Interesting. But I'm gonna more likely forget. Okay, so Pa Xiao, we're gonna place. Yeah, so we're gonna combine these, right? And then Pa Xiao, honestly, I don't even know. Oh no. The last time I used Fa was Shafa. Oh no. Okay. So, okay. Xiao. Oh. Wait, did they add a strike? Yeah, they did. Okay. Oh no, they didn't add a strike. Yeah. No extra. That kind of started me. I didn't mean to hit that. Oh, we have Ding. Eating. We have eating. What is this? Okay. 请假 wrong tongue 请假 Oh wait, we gotta look at this. things are getting wonky too. Oh my gosh. Okay, 请假. Probably we're gonna file it over here. 请假. What was it? It was like and. Oh no, wait. That's, yeah, 请假. And then, yeah, 一定, right? 一定. Okay. We're gonna plug it in with this one, right? 一定. Nope. Oh. Okay. 别 like 别 Okay. Wait. Oops. 别 makes sense. Okay. It's fair enough. 别. So we're gonna put 别 here. So 别. Okay. Oh, I need to hear this again. Liu. Liu. Okay. Liu. Okay, Liu. Yeah. I think we're gonna combine Liu. Okay. It's kind of funny that Liu Wait, does Liu have one? No, doesn't. Oh, that's how I got Narau's box mixed up with Ryuko. Yeah, Ryuko. Ryugaku. Or like Ryugaku. Liu. Oh, hey. And this is Liu. Okay. I got it. Okay. That's fine. I'll be able to remember this one. Liu, because Ryugaku. That's probably onyomi. Okay, Liu. This sounds nothing like kanto teki, right? Right? What is this? I don't remember. Oh no, wait, it does sound, oh, that's onyomi too. Ganmao, kan, like yeah, kando teki, ganmao. Where the heck is my Mao? Where's Mao at? Oh, I don't have Mao. Okay, so we gotta account for Ganmao is cold, right? Ganmao. Okay, we gotta look up Ganmao. I see. All right. It's simple enough. So, Gamao is over here. So, okay, Mao. Right. Okay. Mao. Mao. Dress up? Where am I gonna throw dress up?
打扮
Why? Alright, so now we gotta start a third category. 打扮 Okay, 打扮 I guess 工作 is probably here. So there's things that deal with being absent from work. So that's the tether, right? Going to work, being absent from work. Going to school. Is school here too? No. So largely work. Because company is one of the vocabulary too. I don't know which one. Oh, it might be this one and something else. Okay. All right. Keep going. Vigilance.
希望
希望希望is Wang not here? I didn't see Wang. Oh no, it's here. Okay. Okay. Sure. What in the actual tarnation? Okay. So Xiwang is gonna be up here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Xiwang. Okay. Okay, so Xiwang. Xiwang. Nah. Nung. I guess we're putting Nung here as well. Okay, Nung. Okay, another Ting. It's a modified Ting, so it's not too bad.
事情
Oh no, it's not the one that I thought. Okay, 事情. Okay. Where do I place you? 事情. Guess we're placing them over here. 事情. Oh. Maybe things to do. So 事情. So this is 将在 what the heck? Oh, right. 公司
公司
okay, so 公司 or 公司将在no, yeah, 将在正在oh, okay, all right, hold up. So, where the heck is, where did Shang go? Oh, Shang. I see in a YouTube comment section, and I think Otoko Saihashi. What does that mean? Oh, heckin' Changbing. Wait. Oh. Oh, wait. Did I not write Changbing down? No, I didn't. Okay. So, Changbing. Oh, no. Okay. I'm gonna be so hard pressed tomorrow. Changbing. Okay. This is probably part of Shufu. Or yeah, Shufu. So Shufu. Maybe Bu Shufu. Yes, Bu Shufu. You confuse the second kanji with the first kanji in 最高, which is cycle. Oh, cycle. I'm starting to read things in Chinese, sorry. 最高 is kind of funny. In Chinese, most tall. Or in a way, it's like most. It could be interpreted as cool, like It'd be like really, really expensive, really tall, really impressive. 最高。不舒服。我会不舒服。Oh, it's 不舒服。Yeah, it can mean that in Japanese. Yeah, that's what I meant. It can mean that in, like, I didn't put that together actually. When I was thinking like, 最高, oh, you know what? That actually kind of means the same thing. It's kind of comical. Yeah. Like really tall, or the biggest, or, you know, the most impressive, the top, the supreme ruler of the world, or the emperor, or something like that. Let's see. Okay, so we got this, right? This is发烧. Yeah, 发烧. And we got the 情. What was this one? 情. 情 what? Oh. Dang it. I'm even having trouble remembering the pinyin at this point. 情. Okay. Where is it? Oh. 请假. 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 请假.
请假.
请假. 请假. Okay, 请假. E? Probably E. Yeah, 一定. 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 假? Maybe not 来家. 留家. Where's 留 at? This one? 留? No. 北. Oh my gosh. I need help. 留. Where? How common is it to switch out characters for other ones to demean other people? What do you mean, how common? What? I have no idea. I don't know what you're getting at. Where the heck did I place Leo? Oh, is this Leo? Oh my gosh.
Liu.
Okay, Liu. So we're gonna place Liu Jia. As a theme. Like the Chinese equivalent of changing the spelling. I don't know. I don't know about demeaning, but I'm sure. Liu Jia Li. That's fine too. Is that why this is Li here? Jia Li, yeah. Liu Jia Li. Li. Things are coming together. Oh, same sound, but you switch it for insulting or negative stuff? I don't actually know. Not that I'm aware of. Oftentimes you switch out degrees. You switch out degrees in order to modify them. So like, if that's good, it's not good. As opposed to that is bad. By switching out a character. Like to get from good to bad, you switch out a character, but one of the characters stays the same. No, not particularly. At least not that I'm aware of. Most of the stuff is dealing with modifiers. You change the degree of the word of the character. I guess that's technically the character. We have Shanru. Is that why this is here? This was Shanru. What is this even doing here? I don't know what Ru is doing here. I remember Shanru. Shanru was one of them, so let's group it with... Where was the last time with Sheng? Oh my gosh. What was this? Sheng... Shengbing. Oh my gosh, Shangri. We're just gonna ignore Shangri for now. And then Daban. Let's check. Door. Oh my gosh, door. What was door part of? Like everything? Door, oh many. Tai door, oh boy. Okay. Okay, Tai door, Han door. Place. I think we're gonna place this separately. It's probably gonna be forgotten. Tai door. Han door. So Ben is pinyin. Yes. Yep. Ben is Ben as a standalone. It's also the counter for book. Ben. Ben. Although, you know, Duolingo didn't introduce Nippon. Nippon. So Nippon is a thing for urban as well. I don't know if that's like old or archaic, but my in terms of the dialects, Nippon still use Nippon, right? Nippon, as opposed to urban, as in Nihon. So Nippon is closer to Nihon, but Nihon, if you spell Nippon, I don't think it's the same character as Ruben. So you learn Ruben. However, Nippon or Nippon is still a thing, but this is not equivalent to Nippon. Yeah. I still like my parents and I still use Nippon, which is a lot easier to remember because Nihon Nihon is the Japanese thing, but then Mandarin uses, at least so far, it uses Ruben. Let's see. Dui. Oh wait. No, I don't know what the heck is Dui for. I don't know. I don't remember. I know it's in the exercise. So we're gonna remove these two for now because I have no idea. I'm so overwhelmed right now. And we're gonna remove days. We don't need to remember days. So like 上星期, that's fine. 上星期, like last week. More numbers for like days, that's fine. We already have 太到 太多 and 很多. So we're okay with that. What the heck was da for? It's like Nibon, yeah. And B easily shifts into P, yeah, exactly. Yep. In this case, it's between B and P. Like what I mean is when I say Nippon is like between P and B. They're combined together. It's not Nippon. Nippon or Nippon is Nippon. It's kind of like in between B and P. Is a weird thing. So it makes sense that there's no distinction. At least in my sound, the way I say Nippon, it's like in between the two. So there's no distinction between B or P. Oh, it used to be Nihon in Japan. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. And then I can see why H and F are meld together too. Now that the H and F are melded together. Like often lots of sources don't distinguish between F and H's. So like kahe versus kahe, right? Kahe. If I accented like a lot, like kafe, as opposed to kahe. Even though like in Chinese it'd be like really hard F, like cafe. H and F are done in pretty much the same part of the mouth. Yeah, more or less. I don't know what die. What the heck is die for? Da. Oh, da jia. Oh my gosh, da jia. Okay. I don't even know where to throw this. Maybe I'll ignore it for today. Yeah, okay. Maybe like just throw it down here. Is Hal here too? No. Okay. And this is Gong. Yeah, here it is. Gong something. Oh no. Gong Xi. Yeah, Gong Xi. Okay, Gong Xi. I should know that, but I don't. I'm overwhelmed right now. Gong Xi. Zai. Zai was Zhan Zai. Where's Zhan Zai? Did I cover Zhan Zai? Yeah, Zhan Zai. Dao. Daola. Oh no. Daola. Okay, we have Hun. Daola. Okay, Daola. I don't know. Where are you gonna even throw that? And then we have la in the change of state. So la is a change of state as well. Okay. Even I have no idea anymore. Dala. A in the Sinosphere feels closer to H than Anglosphere. K? I have no idea what that means. I'll take your word for it. Okay, so you know what? I'm gonna take an executive decision. And we are going to ignore Dala. Right? We're gonna ignore Dala for today. And 大家. Does that make organization? So I have 3 groups. This is very, very weak. This is pretty okay. This is okay. And then this is the last group. For the sake of meticulous organization. I can barely remember this stuff, so we might have to X that for tomorrow. Okay. So let's reorganize. So we have... See if I even remember them. So this is 肚子. 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 桃. 桃. And then 肚子 and 桃. 藤. 藤. Right. So your stomach or your head can hurt, right? So this is the negative category, is why I categorize them together. And then fa xiao, which is fever. Fa xiao. I'm gonna be honest, writing xiao is kind of toxic. Fa xiao. Itai, yeah, itai. I think this is a simplified character. That's why I mentioned earlier. I think Tong might be a simplified character. Because Itai is a really complicated underneath. But you can kind of sort of see it. Kind of. Itai. Oh no, I mean, Xiao. And then we have Gang Mao. Yeah, Gang Mao. No, Gang Mao. Gang Mao, yeah, Gang Mao. Wait. Gang Mao.
感冒.
Oh, Gang Mao. Not tone 2. Gang Mao. Tone 4. Gang Mao. Gan Mao. Which Mao looks suspiciously like a simplified character too. Got Mao. Google Translate says is pain. Okay. Oh, okay. In Chinese. Oh, okay, okay. Which that's interesting because this is pain as well. This is technically pain, but hurts. So this means pain too. Mao. That might be the traditional character, right? Google Translate might be translating it into the traditional character. I'm still wagering that this bottom part is simplified. Maybe. Oh no. In some way. Maybe it's a very specific one. I don't know enough. Just introduce this time. Then we have 生病. So 生病. 生病. Yeah. 生病. So 生病. And then 不舒服. So 不舒服. 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 Wait. Is that a 1? Oh, it's 1. 不舒服. 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 Does that help? This fool. Life plus pain. Okay. 不舒服. Okay, those are all the negative stuff. And then we have actions. The third group. Yeah, I'm not gonna do this bottom one. There's no way I'm gonna remember this. It's way too much. So we're gonna remember these for tomorrow. So now we have actions. And that's so we have something guy. 应该应该应该应该 wait 应该 yeah it's two ones 应该 Ooh, appearing here is unsurprising. It seems like a negation of good things. Yeah. 舒服 舒服 is comfortable. So 不舒服 is uncomfortable. Yeah. So we have 肚子 好 tongue tongue as in my stomach hurts. Stomach hurts, head hurts. So headache, stomach ache is these two. And then we have 发烧 fever. And then 感冒 yeah 感冒 which is cold 生病 生病 is sick 生病 and then 不舒服 not comfortable 不适宜 is that how you say not comfortable 适宜 Fushigi? Or is that another pun you're trying to do? Wow, that right character is complicated. Wait, 感冒.
感冒.
感冒. Ah, my phone. 感冒. Not a pun? Oh, okay. So axe. 应该. So 应该 then. Ingai. Our organization is all abort. I don't know what this is. No idea. Don't. Okay. Bie. Bie. Bie.
Bie.
Bie. Oh my gosh, Bie. Sure, Bie. Liu. 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 The heck is that? Oh, hope.
希望.
希望. 希望.
希望.
Okay, 希望. Okay. Siwang. Oh. Siwang. Actually. Do it. Do it. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Didn't cross the line. Sticky means to mean mysterious in a foreboding way. Not no plus. Wait. Oh, is that no? Interesting. Siwang. What the heck? No. Oh, none? None can? None? 能 and 正在正在 正在 and 一定 Okay, so these are the acts, and we have then we have I keep forgetting what this is. Oh, don't. Oh, no, that doesn't help. This is 家家里家里 Keep forgetting. 希望希望能 I see. 希望能吃药正在吃药 We'll combine it with that. Oh, there, Danny. Young. 想知道 Interesting. That's the Endos? Alright, Endos. Sure. You're South Korean? I see. Hello. Okay. We got pigeonholed. 手势应该小事 请假请假about 能请假知らない Yeah, I know. It means I don't know. That one's I'm familiar with. Yeah, to me. 知らない or わかりません is a different way to I don't understand as opposed to I don't know. 知らない is the more acceptable. I don't know, but I want to know. わかりません is like I don't understand, but I don't care to understand. And then the reverse happens when you say わかりました as opposed to the popular. How much overlap is there between know and think? That's a good question. I have no idea what think is in Mandarin. Honestly. I don't use think very. You know, think is kind of blended in with want or intent. So like when you want something, you're thinking you want something. Like for example, 想, there's an element of thinking when you're saying 想. Like I think I want it. So there's a lot of that going on. I don't know about the word think itself. I don't know what that is at the moment. I don't know what that means. Is that Japanese or Chinese? I think at the moment it's not really on my priority here. That is think in Chinese. So it looks like it has meaning next to something I don't recognize. Okay, the first thing has meaning in it. So, 是 something. Yeah, so I don't know it. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what think is. Let's see. Bon. Yeah, we're gonna remove this last grouping. I can't do this last grouping. Too much. Omoi is what comes to mind for you? Omoi. Heavy? Oh. That's Omoi? Interesting. Alright. So. 肚子. 肚子. 熬. Or is it 熬? 熬. Okay. And 疼. So 肚子 熬 疼 发烧，感冒，感冒，感冒。Wait, 感冒 yeah, 感冒。生病。变. Let me look at 变. Is it 4? It's 4. Okay. 生病，生病 not 变，生病，生病。不舒服，不舒服。It's only fitting to see these same similar characters in ways neither of us fully understand. I suppose. I'm not sure how that's fitting, but not entirely sure what that expression means. Let's see. Then 应该休息。休息。Why is that so short? 休息 that's fine. 休息。Still think no all exists in a fairly similar zone? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. 别 Oh, it's 别 Oh my god. We might have to drop 别 别 what? What can I group it to? 别 How about 别工作？别工作。刘家里 What the heckers again? Oh, this is hope. Ying Wang, no. 希望 I don't have anything to add to 希望 to help. 希望 Actually, I guess we can put 希望 next to this too. 希望请假 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 or 能请假 希望能请假 站在吃药 and 一定 almost. We're gonna say eating is gonna be moved up here. Eating. And then do I have everything associated with something? I do. I do. And then, yes. I'm gonna be so tired tomorrow. Too many falling behind so much. Okay. Alright. So let's try this again. There's absolutely no way I'll be able to get all the characters right off the bat. Okay. Alright. So the group I have is eating. So eating 肚子 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 eating 肚子 It's good for muscle memory to write all this stuff out, isn't it? We don't do it for muscle memory anymore. We do it for association. I don't really rely on muscle memory to remember the characters that I haven't gotten yet. Eating 肚子 肚子 tongue yeah tongue 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 how 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 tongue how tongue消消 no 烧笑 no 发酵发酵发酵发酵 oops 发酵 发酵 fever 感冒感冒 no 感冒感冒感冒感冒生病生病生病 being is right 生病 生病 and then 不舒服 舒服 oops that's kind of gross. 舒服 It was originally writing was originally supposed to create the mind-body connection, and it's pretty good now. The mind-body connection. So the mind-body connection is already connected, as in the motion of the writing is being attached to when I'm speaking. I'm speaking and arranging. So whenever I say fu, whenever I'm saying fu, my hand is moving to get it. So I write it. So I write it when I say it. It feels whenever I say something I'm able to write it a lot better. So they're kind of connected now. Let's see what else I remember. Okay, so actions, right? Actions. First one is 应该 is the weird looking thing. 应该 and then guy is a modified 课. Oh, it's this. 应该 the association is 修饰 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 oh no 休息 so 休息 系 yeah 休息 休息 what is the next action? Oh, no. Oh no, the predicates are harder. Or, yeah, the predicates are harder. This is能. Yeah, no, it's not 能. Oh, 北 别 北 别 is 别 and I use 工作 工作 as the tether. So if I remember 工作 I'll be fine. Okay, and then 刘 yeah 刘家里 so 刘 is 刘 and then 家 刘家里 wish or hope 希望, right? 希望, 希望 is 希望, wang is and then yeah, 希望, and this is associated with 希望 something 家, 亲家, 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 and 家, oh 家 I'm gonna forget. There's a really high chance I'm gonna forget 家. I mean, it kind of looks okay.希望请假请假能I might screw up this radical right here for nung. The right hand is pretty good. Nung, 请假, nung, 请假, 请假, and then 正在 ooh, that's terrible. 正在吃药 It's my tether. 吃药 Okay. So, basically, I'm saying it must be my headache or my stomach ache or my headache or fever or cold. I mean, or cold or being sick or being uncomfortable, right? And because of that, one should rest or don't work, stay at home, hope to leave, take a leave of absence, hope to take a day off, right? Hope to leave a day of absence or can take a day of absence or leave, and right now take medicine. So this is why it's organized this way. So the reason why I can remember the characters is because the characters are attached in like a arrangement. And I do this at the beginning of every day one. Whenever I have vocabulary, I organize it in a way so that if I remember the order, all of the other things are connected. If something is particularly weak, I connect it with something I already know. So I didn't have trouble remembering 吃药. This one might be a little tough. So in this case, I attached two things that I think I can remember much easily compared to this one. And then 家里 is very familiar. 工作 is also familiar. And then resting is Japanese. I'm using the tether for resting. Yasu. And then these ones are largely easy to remember, so I don't need to associate anything with it. So I took all the weak ones and associated with something that I can remember, and I took all the strong ones and then just have them grouped together. And then I hope tomorrow I remember. I'll probably be able to remember it. These I skipped a couple. So tomorrow I have to work on 3. Actually, I kind of remember them. So one of them is do is modifiers of do, dao. Yeah, dao, like 很道, tai dao, or not dao. Do, sorry, do, I said dao. Do, so 很多, so 很多 and 太多. What was the other one that I didn't include? Whatever this is. I don't remember, but I know how to write it. Things. Because this is ting. Ting. Something ting. Oh, 事情. Oh yeah, right. Because neutral. 事情. And company. Company was this character. Oh, what's in front of company? Gong was in front of company, which makes sense. Gongxi, it's probably gongxi. And there's one more term. Gongxi. Yeah, they don't fit anywhere. So, oh, daban for dressing up. Daban, which they have repeated hand radicals, so that makes it pretty simple. Daban. I know how that sounds, but the reason why daban is very recognizable is because the left side both have hand radicals, and those hand radicals connect the two, and then the right side, I already know da. Da is a very common thing, is to play or to hit something, and then ban is using fun, which is or hun for minute. So when you know like the radical, it connects the two, so it's already associated. And actually this one is associated and is easy to remember as well, because gong deals with formalities, like lots of formal things. So if you know gong, you're probably gonna know that gongxi, or I think it's gongxi. Yeah.
公司.
Oh, 公司. Oh man. I don't want to talk about it, about 司. That's a Fujianese thing. So 公司. I was saying she because I think this is as e, but it's 司. It's also a problem I have with like 4, the number 4. 四. Sometimes I say she. I need to continue to work on that. And this one has a familiar term. This one actually is Japanese. Like I remember the Japanese meaning of this, so it helps me remember the stuff. And this one is ting, as in if you have this. If you have this, it's a ting as well. So this is a modified ting right here. Oh, and shigoto. Yeah, shigoto helps too. Yep. chikoto. Which I'll likely not be able to remember these as much because there's no tether. There's no tether in meaning right now. These make sense. So tomorrow, all I have to do is start with, okay, what is the unit about? It must be about things that are bad. Your stomach hurts, your head hurts, you know, you have a fever, you have a cold, you're sick, you're uncomfortable. What can you do about it? And then all the others. And then that's kind of how I'm going to remember it tomorrow. Hopefully I get most of them. I typically do. So that's cool. And bonus, if I manage to get these. Bonus. The more I talk about it right now, I very briefly thought you actually had a stomachache. Maybe. Yeah, that's good enough for today. I actually think I'll probably remember all of this now. Now that we talked about it enough. This does not include all the things that are in the lessons. So on day 2, Duolingo doesn't, like, this is just a Hanzi section. And I'm sure you become aware of this. The lessons have more than what's from the section. But in the Chinese course, there isn't a way to collect all of them. So you have to do day 2s and stuff. It's part of the routine. I tried summarizing all of that yesterday. So, it's worth the investment because the more I talk about it now, the easier it's going to be tomorrow. So as I'm talking and arranging and explaining all of this stuff, it'll be easy. Very, very easy. Me thinking you had a stomachache makes it easier to remember the word for stomachache. Exactly. Yep. That is, honestly, that's how that... If I had anything to say about the way, if you want to remember things, oftentimes it's interactions. Especially when you're constructing the interactions. So you are constructing something, I'm responding to something. So all of this discussion is going to reinforce. The downside today was I was talking to Sub-Zero for a while, but I wasn't like relating it back to what I was learning, so it was a very tough situation. Especially a series of mental memory pictures, yeah. And a series of events, right? A series of events. So if you can travel back in time through your series of events, it also works. Like, some people might say things like, oh, I got it wrong. And then you try not to remember it anymore. You know, you try to forget it. Alternatively, you can say something like, oh, I got this wrong. Okay, so why did I get this wrong? All right. And then the next time, even if you get it wrong, you will remember, oh, wait, I remember why I got it wrong and how I got to the right answer. So oftentimes you get this series of situations where I would be writing a character and I miss a radical. And I'm like, oh, what is so wrong with it? Like, why can't I get this radical? And I go through the frustration or like reiterate the pattern I go through, and then the next time if it happens again in the same way, it will trigger the following memory. I'm like, oh wait, it's this character because this already happened before. That's the kind of thing of actively recalling how you got to the solution. It's very different. It's definitely not the same as you got something wrong and then something tells you what the right answer is. That is very different. It can help, but it's not, in my opinion, as strong as going through a series of events to get it. You could remind yourself, oh wait, then I went to the dictionary and I made a story up that now the dictionary is part of my story of the things. Probably. I tend to laugh at my mistakes when I'm comfortable enough to do so. I can't afford to do it when I'm only on one life and Duolingo. Yeah. I understand that. I totally get that feeling too. Yeah, so this is how I'm going about it. And I spend the first day of every new vocabulary cycle, I do this every day. Like, it doesn't matter how long this takes. It doesn't matter how long this takes because I only have to do it once. For the time being. You love losing gems too? That's understandable. For no reason. That's understandable too. Alright. Well, that's a wrap. Thanks for hanging out. I'm glad you're really passionate about finding the connections between Japanese and Chinese. I think that'll go a long way in the future. We'll have to brainstorm and stuff as my Japanese improves, but right now, not enough. Although it's fun to point out all the things when they come up, right? Like gung. Gung right now is I just got koen. So this is part of koen, right? Koen. Koen. This icon is also part of public as well. Like Chūshō. Chūshō. The way I remember certain things like Oshieru. Oshieru is because I remember Shūkyō for religion. Oshieru in religion. So we have so many different ways. Like fu, that's also fuku. Fuku in terms of clothing. So ifu is for clothing in Chinese. So fuku works too. So I know fuku because of ifu. Ifu came before fuku. There's a reason I joke that Hanja are the only Korean you can read. I'm pretty Chinese character oriented. Yeah. I love this stuff. Like, it reinforces each other so well. And if you get them confused, so be it. Like, you embrace the confusion. Like, if you like say, oh, well, and then you can sort it out, and it only becomes stronger, in my opinion. Like, the associations are so strong. Nowadays, I feel whenever I get Hanza, I look forward to getting new characters or reuse characters, because largely it connects everything together. And to this day, like now when people do characters and stuff, you can kind of just guess at it, and then give yourself an opportunity to guess and discuss it, and then someone can discuss back. And the moment you discuss it, it'll become like incredibly crystallized for at least a short term, at least a couple weeks. So that's really cool. I still remember the very first things that I learned from people, like what daijobu. I still have not gotten daijobu in Duolingo Japanese, but I know what it looks like because other people use it, right? And we talk about it a lot. So that's kind of how we're going about this now. It's such a wonderful experience. Like this one right here, Liu is Liu. It's Liu. It's literally Liu. You know? Liu. Like it's Liu in Chinese, and it's Liu as a read in Japanese. So you don't have to like go too far to remember Liu. In like Ryugaku. International. It's still funny that that Fujian province in Japanese is read as Fukinsho. Try saying that in oh okay. Yeah. Interesting. Fujian. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's we're gonna wrap it up today. I do need to get up soon, so I still need to eat dinner. I've been eating, so I'm gonna eat, sleep, It was a pleasure, Timmy. It's always been a pleasure. I look forward to you springing on some random Chinese every once in a while, right? Oyasumi, yeah. Oyasumi. Okay, folks, there you have it. Have fun, construct something. This is a permanent thing every 3 days now. I'm going to be constructing as much as I can in anticipation for the future, which I'll be constructing sentences and all that. So this is my bridge to getting into the next stage, at least for myself. I would love to hear how other people bridge their construction and creativity. I encourage it, of course. It eventually will happen if you want to use a language, right? Use a target language. Be creative, find associations. You don't have to literally output the language itself, right? You can use the meanings, use the characters, break up the characters, combine it with your existing language. Yeah. Is 是 in Chinese like wa? In Japanese, unfortunately, is not. Yeah, 是 is really, really optional because 是 gets swapped up with 要 xiang 要 and like 教 like 是 is like the English is, less so the Japanese wa. So it's way closer to the English is, where it's a verb that changes up with every other verb. So yeah, not that simple, unfortunately. Is a like sure, sometimes you have to use yao or yao or xiang in place of shi, and then certain things you want to use, like, you know, a 做 做 die as opposed to shi. So it's kind of like a verb. It's more closer to a predicate than it is a particle wa, like a marker. All right, folks, we'll talk about more in the future when we understand more. Like, I don't understand it as much. That's as far as I understand so far. All right, folks, stay safe. You know, thank you for hanging out. If you're gonna watch it later, 谢谢. When Duolingo gave me 我是 for the first time today, I did understand immediately, which is nice. Ooh, very nice. 我是. Yeah. All right, folks. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. 再见. Oyasumi nasai. Right. And またね. Bye.